A dreary day in the Twin Cities. Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jim B. Minnesota going for a sweep of Detroit at Target Field in an afternoon matinee. I hope all those people brought their rain jackets.
You gotta be prepared. A poncho, something.
Yeah, right? The tarp is on. The Twins have been heating up over the last month with one of the top 5 offenses in baseball this season. This game has not been officially delayed, but judging by the weather, we may not start on time.
I think you might be
we may not start on time.
Yeah,
exactly. But we'll keep you updated with everything that's going on. I'm Sierra Santos. She is Erica Wachter. This is her first time on the show. Welcome on.
Thank you.
We're so happy to have you.
So glad to be here.
And it's going to be fun, not just because you're here, but because we're going to chat with Tigers reliever Andrew Chafin, who is a YouTuber himself.
Love this guy.
He's a self-proclaimed redneck engineer. You were mentioning to me something earlier about him possibly living in an RV.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to find out about that.
Okay.
Because this guy is just, everything outdoorsy he loves.
I know. And I want to ask him about the biggest fish he's ever caught as well.
Very interesting. I like that.
But before we talk Tigers, we're going to get into the Twins because they are not just getting it done offensively, the rotation, it's been solid as well.
Yeah.
Combine a healthy Byron Buxton, Carlos Correa, along with the top 5 ERA amongst starting rotation, and you very well could be looking at them to finally win a postseason game. But first they have to also play this game as well.
They have to get there. You're right.
By the way, though, they have not won a postseason game in a very long time.
Yeah.
18 years.
You'd have to go back to 2004 for that. So during this 18-game losing streak, Sierra, every other MLB team has won at least one postseason game. I mean, put that in perspective.
That's wild.
That's got to end. That's terrible.
Yeah, and the rain also has to end.
Yes.
All right, here are some things that you need to know about MLB's Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming live all over the globe. The best part is it's free. After today, we're going to have 11 more games during the regular season. Click the bell icon to receive notifications on upcoming games, and be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans, me included, that enjoy our MLB content. Plus, YouTube TV subscribers can stream live in an MLB pop-up channel as well in 4K for the first time this season for 4K plus subscribers. Cool. Yeah, I know. You want the best picture on your screen, right?
Oh, yeah.
But for now, let's take a look at last night's matchup between the Tigers and Twins.
Rise with a base hit, man aboard for Correa, fouled out to the catcher his first time up. That's a fair ball into the corner. Arise to second on his way to third. A slow bouncer into the corner, and Arise will fly around third and score an RBI double for Carlos Correa.
Another changeup. You can see it just coming back into the swing of Carlos Correa. He stayed with it. He was able to shoot that ball down the third base line.
For Candelario, Willie Castro, and Spencer Torkelson for the Tigers in the 4th.
He's working.
Jimmy Candelario, it's a fly ball deep to the gap in right center field. Buxton on the run, and he will leap through the air and make an incredible catch. Oh, man! Didn't think he had a chance. And then you remember it's Byron Buxton.
This guy covers some serious ground. Reached out Superman style and made a fabulous grab to rob Jeimer Candelario of extra bases.
Twins getting this kind of length out of any starter has been rare.
7 really good innings for Sonny Gray. 10 strikeouts along the way. What a difference a year makes in the pitching side of things.
After being shut out last night, here's how the Tigers line up as they try to avoid the sweep. As you see, Miguel Cabrera notably getting the afternoon off. Harold Castro will get the start today at shortstop and bat second for Detroit. Now batting cleanup, Javi Baez, who would certainly like to break out. He's got just 1 homer and 1 RBI, Sierra, in his last 22 games. He's aware of his epic struggles right now, says he just needs to make adjustments and control the game. If only it were that simple. We hope it is for him, but I have to imagine right now for this Tigers team, it is all about focusing on your own game because they've got to figure something out. They have lost all 5 meetings against Minnesota this season, And they will see them again starting Monday back in Detroit for 5 more games. So you need to see something break here.
Yeah, but I would imagine even last night, you're talking about Sonny Gray. That was a pretty epic performance. It's going to be tough to beat him no matter what team he is pitching against.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, let's get to the Twins lineup. Byron Buxton is leading off, DHing. He's hitless in his last 21 at-bats, which is tied for the longest streak in his career. Now, Carlos Correa, he's batting third. He's got a .333 average. In his 6 games from returning from the IL, he got hit by a pitch on that hand. And Gio Urshela, he's batting 7th. He's been on a tear lately. A .438 average and 5 RBI in his last 6 games. So the Twins, they've been playing very well lately, just second behind the Yankees in this last stretch for best record in the league.
They haven't been super tested by playoff teams, so you have to look at who they've been beating, but they've been outscoring them like ridiculously. I believe it's 43-20 during their current 6-game win streak.
Yeah, and we want to check in with the guys who are going to have the call of this game. I know they're going to be sitting by waiting very patiently,
they've got
just as we will.
Time to wait.
Yeah, and so we're going to be checking in with them, I think, more than once. But for now, let's get it out to the guys in the booth, Carlos and Scott.
Look who I found, Carlos Pena in the house this week for the Game of the Week live on YouTube. And thank you so much for bringing this wonderful weather, Carlos.
Yeah, it's all my fault. No doubt about it.
He's a great sport, and he can break down hitting unlike almost anyone else on the planet. So we'll definitely go there, specifically with someone like Byron Buxton, who we won't see in the field today, but he's going to DH. We get to see that bat. He is a special talent, and they're managing him uniquely this year to make sure that he's in the lineup.
Yeah, the most important thing for him is just to be there every single day. You have to keep him healthy. He is one of those guys that goes all out all the time. So sometimes you have to just reel him back a little bit. I know sometimes he got trouble with his knee, a little bit of tendonitis. So that's what right here Rocco Baldelli is trying to do. It's just you want your biggest, most important asset. You want to make sure that he's healthy throughout the entire year. So taking a day off may be exactly what he can do to help his team win.
And you know, I mean, if someone said to you, hey, do you want to play every day? You're going to say yes. He says yes as well. We spoke to Rocco about it, but medical staff trying to make sure that he stays on the field for the long haul for a team that's in first place going up against a team that's tied for last place in all of the American League right now. Surprisingly, the Detroit Tigers. Is pitching really the problem? I know a lot of their pitchers from the beginning of the season are hurt, but is that really the issue, or what did A.J. Hinch tell us?
Scotty, I mean, they're not hitting. I mean, and collectively as a unit, they haven't been able to get on that approach collectively. That is very important. So a lot of guys doing different things. They're trying to see if they can come together as a unit, as an offensive unit. If they do that, they'll be better.
Yeah, a lot of swing and miss in the lineup for the Tigers right now. We'll see if they can turn it around. They think they have the spark. It's Daz Cameron leading off. We'll get into it later when we have first pitch. Not sure exactly when it'll be, but Carlos will let us know at some point. Weatherman, bring in the precipitation for us. Back to you.
I mean, come on, you guys. You control the weather, right? All right, we'll check in with you in just a bit. Ronnie Garcia taking the mound for the Tigers, the 12th different starter that Detroit has used this season. That's the most in baseball. He's getting the nod because Eduardo Rodriguez is on the IL. Garcia with a .257 ERA over 14 innings. Now opposing him, Dylan Bundy. It's his second start since coming off the COVID IL. He was on a pitch count in his last outing through 54 pitches over 3 innings last Tuesday. Bundy, however, there went 3-0 to start the season. He's going to have to work his way back into form, that is. Now, it was 10 years ago when the Twins selected 18-year-old Byron Buxton with the 2nd overall pick in the MLB draft. The Georgia native had all the promise of becoming a franchise centerpiece in Minnesota. But since his big league debut in 2015, much of Buxton's time with the Twins has been marked by glimpses of brilliance, but they've been overshadowed by injury-plagued seasons and unfulfilled promise. Now at 28 years old, Buxton is playing like the all-world talent that many expected him to be, and he's a big reason why the Twins are in first place.
He's talked about as one of the best players in all of baseball.
Byron Buxton!
I'm a little biased, but obviously seeing him play,
Oh, what a catch!
the tools are off the charts.
Target field, can't get much better than that. He does things on a baseball field that we can only possibly dream about doing.
What a play from the finest center fielder in the game.
Hey, it's the best player in the game right here. Right here, baby.
What's up? Yeah. What's up?
It's weird because for me, I don't really like that, being more down to earth and under the radar.
He doesn't like hearing how good he is or that he's great or whatever. He just is playing a game he loves.
With the second selection, the Minnesota Twins select Byron Buxton.
It's an exciting feeling. Glad I'm a Twins now, so I'm just ready to go out and play ball.
The Byron Buxton era is about to begin.
Being drafted that high, comes with a burden. And I think it's a sense of responsibility and scrutiny that he has worn throughout his career.
I didn't really fail until I got to the big leagues. It took me to let go of the pressures of the media, the pressures of people. When I took that step back and realized, I just have to be more mentally strong, more mentally tough, and it put me in a better place physically to just go out and play baseball again.
This year we're seeing him just own every moment. And he's going out there now and just playing with his hair down and just really going out there and having fun.
All the hard work he's put in, it finally is coming to fruition.
There's a reason the hype was there, and it still is. He's special talent. He's always going to be. He's worth the price of admission.
Is there anything you can't do on a baseball field?
Not if I put my mind to it. I feel like I can do everything. It might not be the smartest thing, but I feel like I can do everything. I know I can possibly go out and make this tough catch, but the reward might lead to me being on the IL.
As he does so often, selling out for the catch and paying the price.
We've tried to impress upon him a double against the wall is much better in our minds than a trip to the IL for him.
It's very frustrating to get injured year after year after year. That was a test for me. Is this what I was called to do? I try to just look at it one day at a time now, rather than, all right, I'm gonna try to stay healthy through the full season. That kind of lets me stay at peace with what I'm doing in the now. Been having a little issues here and there, so getting the hot tub, warm my knee up a little bit more, technically warm my body up a little bit more before I go in the training room and start doing my stretches, start doing my positionings, just movements to get my body prepared to go outside for BP. Something that's changed over my career. Because I used to never come in here.
This is a real challenge for him to know what he can do if he were healthy, and that almost everyone talks about him in the context of what if he was healthy for a full season. I think a lot has been made of our winning record when he's on the field versus when he's not on the field. He's played for quite some time now, and every single year our record is just better with him out there.
Fellas. I'm understanding more of what my teammates need out of me to make sure that I'm able to, be there for them. I just want them to know, I always got their back, no matter what.
Cementing Byron Buxton as a Minnesota Twin is really just something that's incredibly special. I know to everyone in this room and everyone that's been a part of this organization.
Let's go!
He's been through a lot. He'd be the first to tell you that. He's had some incredible ups and some challenges along the way. And I think Byron Buxton represents everything we want this organization to be.
My grandson that I was going to be working with, he's like, oh my gosh, he's my favorite.
So you're just going to have to stand there, this shot with your bat over the shoulder. Gotcha. And we'll just rotate you around. Okay.
Boom. We just knew intrinsically that the best version of the Minnesota Twins included having Byron Buxton as a centerpiece of that. This franchise has been so blessed over the years to see all of Kirby Puckett's career, to see all of Joe Mauer's career, just standard bearers for this franchise. Byron Buxton clearly in our mind was that type of player.
That's what you want when you're a franchise and you have a guy like him as a franchise guy. Like, you want to get a guy like that and keep him and have them be there forever.
Will you join us? It's a special place for me, special place for my family. This is where we made a home 9 years ago, and we get to, live for 7 more years here. So officially say I might be a Minnesotan.
When we come around, we're all gonna wave at the camera.
I've had a lot of love from here, and for me, the only thing that I can bring back here is a ring to show my love back and appreciation to the state of Minnesota.
And a lot of adversity, but when Byron Buxton is healthy, he has been terrific. 43 home runs in 129 games. That's only part of the story, and that really sets us up perfectly for our poll questions. Today, which top MLB draft pick will have the best MLB career? Of course, we got Buxton, Royce Lewis, Casey Mize, and Spencer Torkelson. Now, before you go screaming about Carlos Correa, we know he went first overall, and clearly he has had an amazing career already, so we chose these 4 since we've really yet to see any of their full potential. So get those votes in, and we'll have the results for you coming up later in the show. And out in Minnesota, the Ponchos are out, and this game has now officially been delayed, scheduled for 2 o'clock, but that's not keeping Andrew Chafin from joining us out in the rain. That's next.
Hey, baseball fans, live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Hey man, you gotta kill time somehow, right? Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jim Beam. It is a stormy day in Minnie, where it's likely gonna be a battle of the bullpens, which sets up for our next guest perfectly. Okay, Erica, this is one guy I'm dying to talk to.
Same here. I'm so excited for this.
Okay, Tigers reliever Andrew Chafin. My man, I heard you requested not to do this interview in the dugout. I'm afraid you're going to blow away.
No, I'll be all right. I'm rather dense. It's going to take quite the wind to get me off the ground.
Rather dense. How is the weather going? Can you give us a little weather report? Because you look the part right now. You got the umbrella, you're rocking it, and you're dealing with the conditions.
Well, today it's partly cloudy with a 100% chance of rain. Rather overcast, slightly gloomy, but I hear there's a window, so I think we'll be all right.
All right, I hear there's also an opening at the Weather Channel, so we'll plug you whenever you're ready. Okay, Andrew, you're new to the Tigers this season. I've seen you described as the love child of Phil Koch and Todd Jones, two former great Tigers relievers. How would you say you've been received by Tigers fans?
Well, so far so good, I suppose. I guess no complaints on my end. Everyone I've talked to seems to like me and seems to enjoy what I do out there. Yeah, I can definitely see the resemblance on that. I'll take it.
Where do you think that stash fits in among some of the greats in the MLB? Because I feel like you would just fit in perfectly if we went back to the 70s or something. That's where I see you really thriving.
Well, I don't know too many guys offhand that of their mustaches. I'm not one for watching baseball. I just play it. But yeah, the 70s sounds fun. I go back then and just feel like I'd probably fit in pretty well.
You've described yourself. This is a self-description as a redneck engineer. Explain to our fans exactly what that is.
I guess the perfect example is my buddy had an old jet ski he didn't want, and I had a John boat sitting there, and so I ripped the engine and stuff out of the jet ski, welded it into my John boat, and made it a little jet John. So now I can go 40 mile an hour in a little John boat.
What is a John boat?
It's a little aluminum flat bottom boat for usually fishing small waters, like little rivers or little ponds or whatever.
Quick question, biggest fish you've ever caught?
Oh, biggest catfish was a 48-pound blue down in South Carolina. I didn't land it, but about a 350-pound bull shark down in the Gulf of Mexico back in AA. So that was a large fish. Took a while to get in.
That's incredible. I don't know if the John boat can handle that, but it sounds so fun to be.
The John boat does not go in that big of water.
That would just sink right down, I'm sure. But you just said you're a guy who plays baseball. You don't watch baseball, so clearly you have a lot of interesting hobbies. You just talked about a few of them. Do any of your teammates hit you up to do some, random tasks because of that engineering and that creativity that you display here with all of your talents?
Well, it's funny you say that. On the walkout for this interview, some of our video guys was like, hey, can you build us a chessboard? A lot of guys have been playing chess in there lately, and they want like a fancy custom chessboard, I guess. I haven't gotten into detail with them about that, but I'm sure we could do it.
So you said, let's just talk details, and then I'm all in?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So, once you get the details, you're all in to build that chessboard?
Yeah. I mean, just show me a picture or give me a broad description of what you want. I can take and run with it and build anything, really.
All right, Andrew, we are on YouTube. I have to ask you about your hat, first of all, and your YouTube channel, which is Chafin Family Farms. You have the logo, you sell the hats. Tell the people who haven't seen it what your channel is all about.
It's just day-to-day life on the farm. I come up with an idea. Like last year, I think we were working on I call it the beater bird. It's an 88 Firebird, but we were working on that. Just miscellaneous stuff around the farm. Halfway through the off-season, I got kind of behind on work getting done, so I kind of ran out of time for video editing and stuff, so I kind of had to postpone getting more videos out so I get caught up on work. But yeah, it's just kind of day in the life of what I do on a day-to-day basis at home.
Yeah, we were curious about that. We hadn't seen a ton of content of late. We were hoping you would be having some more stuff for us coming up in 2022, but I also want to ask, is there a chance that we may see some RV videos, or can you just please answer, are you currently living in the RV? Because I thought that's what maybe I heard. I know you like to just kind of travel around, have some fun with your wife and girls.
Yeah, well, we just got the RV right after we signed here. Figured it was the best way to, figure out our living situation for the next couple years. And then also we've always wanted one, and we were planning on this fall taking some trips. So just, hey, jump in, let's go. Where are we going? South. I don't know. And then just go for it, see what happens. Be fun.
That. Love that.
All right, I got to ask you about the T-shirt. Where did you get it? And is it your favorite?
Yeah, it's definitely my favorite. I think it's rather fitting for my personality and my role. Now we sell them over on obviousshirts.com. The company when I was in Chicago, got hooked up with him, and I don't know, make some fun shirts and keep it lighthearted and fun, and they're comfy, super comfy. Just saying.
That's so clutch.
Andrew, we are waiting on more content to drop on the YouTube page. We're going to keep a lookout for it. Until then, please stay dry, and thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
His videos are something you just like cannot turn away from watching.
No, lived up to the hype and then some.
We were in the makeup room, definitely stuck in the YouTube channel.
Yeah, and I hope that we've inspired him to start posting a bit more. He's aware that he's been slacking.
Yeah, no, he's very much aware. But by the way, check this out. We got a little bit of clearing in the skies over there, right?
Yeah, well, this is actually fantastic. Guys, you missed this. This happened right before we got that interview started, and that's why we saw the black umbrella come out.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised he even had an umbrella, if we're being perfectly frank.
Yeah, it's perfect though. And there he is, Andrew Chafin, with a 2.89 ERA out of the pen so far this season. This, like I mentioned before, is probably going to be more or less a bullpen game, so we should hopefully be seeing our man of the hour out on the field. But I love showing people behind the scenes things that they don't normally get to see. And the umbrella breaking right before his interview was perfect timing. And the fact that he didn't want to do it in the bullpen or in the dugout was even better.
Absolutely, just fully committed to it. We were so happy to have him here on the YouTube show. And also, great prediction by him, because I know we're set to get this one happening at 2 p.m. Eastern, but he wasn't worried about it. He said it's clearing, and it looks like things are lightening up there out in Minnie.
Yeah, we want to see some sunny skies soon. All right, let's check in on the rest of the AL Central. We're going to start right now with the White Sox.
Kike Hernandez, who leads it off.
Red Sox have won a season-high 5 in a row, and Cease ready to go. That one's rocketed very quickly and headed a long way, and that ball is gone. On one pitch, Kike has put the Red Sox in the lead.
Get the laundry cart out. It happened so fast they didn't have it in the dugout.
Here's Story now, American League Player of the Week.
Boy, he could put a hurting on them right now. You feel like you need to score some more here.
Payoff pitch. Swinging a high fly ball left field. Backing up Pollock. Backing up. Did he do it again? Yep. Yes, he did. Trevor Story with number 8.
Tell me if there's anybody hotter in baseball than Trevor Story.
4-0 Sox.
That's to be somewhat alarming for the White Sox, because Cease has been so good.
Kike with a blast on the very first pitch of the ball game off of Cease. Swinging again. He hammers that one fair. That'll bring in another run. Here comes JBJ. Don't look now, but here comes Kike Hernandez. The Red Sox lead at 5-0.
Got a new pitcher in the ball game.
We'll get Devers, JD Martinez, and then Xander Bogaerts. And a 2-0 from Ruiz. Hammered the other way. That ball socked. Pollock back, and see you later. There's another one. Number 10 for Rafael Devers. Red Sox lead it 8-0.
This kid is special.
Well, Alex Verdugo trying to join everybody in this hit parade. The way the Red Sox have been swinging. That's going to drop in. That is down into the alley. And Verdugo joins them with the hits. Here comes another one. And number 17 for Verdugo. And that's going to be hit hard. Base hit into left field. Xander in to score. And it's 12-2.
What's that, 28 RBI in May?
Yes.
Now Christian Vasquez, who's 2 for 3. Swing. There's a drive high and deep. Left field, back by the bleachers. And you can forget about this one. 3-run homer, Christian Vasquez. 16-2 Red Sox.
No score, first inning. Jose Ramirez will bat right-handed. You just wonder how many pitches Houston will really give Jose a chance to swing at with the kind of damage he's been doing, as Jose's such a good 2-strike hitter. Now, this is why Jose Ramirez is as good as any player in baseball. Never gives away at bats. And here's another perfect example. 11 pitches in.
He drills it to deep left field, and it's not coming back, baby. Jose Ramirez tortures Framber Valdez here in the first inning and gives the Guardians a 1-0 lead.
With the bases loaded here in the 3rd inning, trailing 1-0, and Alex Bregman will be the batter.
Fair ball down to the corner. 1 run scores. Altuve will score.
Brantley being held at third. 2 RBI double for Alex Bregman. Astros take their first lead.
Pitch to Chas McCormick, the 2-2, and McCormick hammers this one to left, going back and jumping, and the ball gets away. It's rattling around on the left side. Pena scores, and McCormick goes into second base with an RBI double.
3-1 Astros.
Now it's Yordan Alvarez's turn, who's 0 for 2 tonight.
That ball the other way, down for a hit. Altuve will score. Yordan Alvarez, the RBI single, and the Astros lead 4-1. Broken bat hit for Alvarez.
Kyle Tucker 0 for 2 tonight, a strikeout and a ground out.
0-2 pitch hit high and deep to right field. All the way back, Mercado. This ball is gone. 3-run home run. First Minute Maid Park home run of the year for Tucker's a 3-run bomb on an 0-2 pitch.
Varsho leads it off, batting .262 and 7 home runs. And this is driven deep to center. Blanco backing up, and that one's gone. A leadoff home run for Dalton Varsho, and the Diamondbacks strike first.
The batter will be MJ Melendez.
Oh, that ball is absolutely crushed to right field and way back into the bleachers. That sounded like a cannon blast. Woo. And that's just the second home run all year.
3-2 Kansas City.
David Peralta leads off the bottom of the 4th.
He drives one to deep left center field. Back to the fence. Gone. Tie game. David Peralta's tear continues with his 8th home run of the year, and the D-backs in Kansas City are even at 3.
As Melendez does have a home run in this ball game.
Melendez pulls one deep to right field, and it's off the wall. Here's Junior around third, and no throw on a relay, and MJ Melendez has driven in 3.
Now the 0-1. And a bouncer over the pitcher and into center field. 1 run is in as Dozier scores. And here comes Melendez to score. And the rookie, Dairon Blanco, his first 2 big league RBIs.
Luplow the hitter, 2 on and 2 out, down 6-3. Luplow, way back, way out of here, and way gone. We are tied at 6. They've come back again. Oh boy, did he clobber that one. Well, now you got a chance to take the lead. 2 down for Pavin Smith. Pavin Smith, fly ball, right field, that's gone. That's the 4th lead change in the ball game.
Well, here is Witt. 2 out, 1 on, 9th inning.
Right back to the mound. Ball game. Diamondbacks take both games from Kansas City.
All right, so let's take a look at the AL Central standings. It's fair to say it's up for grabs. Probably the most open division in baseball. The Twins have a 5.5-game lead in the Central. Minnesota is out to a 27-6 record, which is actually the worst record of all the division leaders. White Sox off to a sluggish start after really high hopes for the preseason. They're sitting at 21-21, and Guardians are 7 games back. Royals and Tigers 12.5 games back.
And we know that the Twins are looking to make it 7 straight victories, but they'll have to wait just a bit longer as it's scheduled to get underway at 2. Although we do have a game in action right now. When we return, we'll get you out to Pittsburgh for an update.
I got to tell you, Ernie, I don't mind staying up late for a game like this. This has been an awful lot of fun. And a pitch bounce right side, base hit. Here comes Gomez around third. There'll be no play. The Twins have won the Central.
The Metrodome will not go down so easily.
She will live to see a first-round matchup with the New York Yankees. Ron Gardenhire's Twins now with 5 division titles since 2002. They win it in the 12th inning on a base hit to right field.
This has been a game of avenging past faults. Casilla in the 10th did not tag up properly, cost the Twins the win there. Makes up for it with this base hit to right field. Gomez with all that speed And the Twins won this game with the help of 54,088.
Well, on this Wednesday afternoon, we are getting set for the third of the 3-game series at Target Field, and you love to see that from the grounds crew. The tarp getting rolled off, coming off the field, and we've got a ball game coming our way pretty soon. But currently, there is one going on elsewhere in the MLB. So let's get an update from the Rockies and the Pirates.
Get out to right. Cal Mitchell gets it in quickly. And that's really the main aim right there. That keeps Crone at third. Down the line, fair ball. Crone can trot in, and so shall Ryan McMahon. It's a 2-run double for Grichuk. And the Rockies, just like that, equal their best output of the series. Those big scoring innings where you're down the whole night. Well, okay. Well, in this case, 2. And then they serve one out to right and get that third run. Ryan Servant with an RBI single with 2 outs. That's a big hit for Colorado.
All right, so right now in the bottom of the second, the Rockies already out to a 3-0 lead over Pittsburgh, and they've really been struggling on the road, that being Colorado. 10 of 12 they have lost, and they've gone 9 consecutive road games without a home run, so they are looking to change that fate today, and our fates are changing as the skies are starting to clear in Target Field, and the tarp is now coming off the field. So let's get back to the booth, hear what the guys have to say. Here's Scott Braun and Carlos Pena.
Okay, squad, we have not moved an inch, Carlos said, until they start clearing the tarp, which I think will come soon. And the great news is that we have a new start time, and it's 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock local time here in Minnesota, with the Tigers and the Twins getting ready to match up. And then Brett's going to give us more on the weather report. Carlos, I want to hear more from you on players you're excited to see lineup-wise. Like, for example, Carlos Correa. When he signs with this team, it shocked the world, and I think it's making a world of difference for this team on defense. And, of course, he brings his bat, too.
Yes, and his leadership, because he's really a leader in the clubhouse, and players tend to gravitate towards him. He does not shy away from attention and responsibility. So I love that about him. But, yeah, I'm excited about actually seeing him swing the bat. I know that he had a little bit of a stint, a health issue, but he's one of the most exciting players in baseball.
And also on the Detroit side, we spoke earlier today with A.J. Hinch about Spencer Torkelson. It's taking some time, although I will say, for most rookies that were highly hyped this year, Bobby Witt, Julio Rodriguez, they didn't come out swinging and hitting homers left and right at the beginning of the season. And I think from our conversations with AJ, and correct me if I'm wrong, he thinks the same progression is going to happen. He's learning how he's being pitched in the big leagues right now. And also, there's just... he's not going to feel the pressure, but I'm going to say this. There's a lot of pressure on him because the offense is not doing well right now. It's the worst offense in baseball.
You know, and he recognizes that, and he wants to carry the torch. Unfortunately, that's probably not the best approach. It's just to maintain yourself focused in the process. That's easier said than done. I mean, you see your numbers in the scoreboard, and you're like, okay, this is not me, and you have pride. So that is the toughest part about it. But if he goes a bat per at bat, you know, and A.J. Hinch even said, look, just take 10 at-bats and think about, let me do the best I can in these 10 at-bats, then clear and start again and start again. Those are the mind games he's going to have to learn. This is a very long season.
I think he's a 30 and 100 guy. Maybe it's not this year, obviously, his first year, but I think it's that kind of talent. It's a former first overall pick. I'll squeeze in one more real quick. Luis Arraez, I love the way that he swings the bat, almost never misses, and he moves a lot. Not
Gamer.
Quite Juan Soto, but you'll see when we have game time. Let's go to Brett for more on the lovely weather in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with all of my friends at Target Field, and I would say it is Minnesota cold, 50 degrees, but the feels-like temperature is 45. Now, maybe not surprisingly, it is weather day at the ballpark. They're expecting a crowd in the mid-20s, and most of those will be kids getting out of school to study the weather. What better place to do that than an upper Midwest ballpark with no roof? Rocco Baldelli did tell us earlier today, though, that they really can't time trying to find that window to play games, because if they waited for the window, it would never come. They would never get games underway. So they prefer to start, play, and delay if they have to. Meanwhile, A.J. Hinch really doesn't have an appetite for a doubleheader. They already have a few scheduled, including one with the Twins next week. They'll play Minnesota 5 games in 4 days in Detroit. So we will play baseball today, weather day. There'll be a lot of kids here studying weather at the ballpark. How can you beat that, Scott?
Brett, you're a gamer. No umbrella, no hood on. We love you, but we're not going to join you, okay? We're going to stay put here, maybe grab a quick bite, and then get ready for game action very soon. We'll do the open, the whole deal, as we'll start, like Brett was mentioning, 2 o'clock East Coast time to get ready for first pitch. And for now, we'll kick it back to the studio.
Erica, Brett getting it done in the rainy weather.
I know. Loved that report. Bringing so much insight. Weather day. How fitting that, yes, we've got a weather delay.
And Brett has as many friends as I do. Twins going for their 7th straight. They're looking to match their longest win streak of the season. Now, coming up after the break, we are going to get you caught up on all the action from last night's games. We still got Tigers at Twins coming up at the top of the hour.
Hey, baseball fans, live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Welcome back. The field is looking good at Target Field as we get set for some Wednesday afternoon baseball in Minnesota over at Target Field. And, of course, this series coming to a close this afternoon. And we showed you how the highlights went down between these two teams last night. Let's get you up to speed on some other action. And we'll go out NL West, beginning with the Mets and Giants.
Absolutely need Jock Peterson to get it going. Jock is in a real funk.
High right field. It is out of here.
Much needed from Jock Peterson. 3-1 Giants.
Now Jock Peterson swinging. There's a high drive to center field. Going back is Nimmo at the warning track. All the way back of the wall. Adios! Pelota! Spectacular home run for Jock Peterson. He's hit 2 tonight. And the Giants have an 8-2 lead now.
Mets stay alive in the top of the 7th. Francisco Lindor comes to the plate.
Lindor flies one back toward the right field wall. This one's going to sail out of here. Francisco Lindor gets the Mets a little closer with a 2-run homer. All started with a Jeff McNeil single to right. Escobar dumped one to left center. Canna hit a shot that Padlo knocked down but couldn't make a play on to load him up. And Dom Smith bounced one up the middle to drive in 2 runs. Tying runners at third, the go-ahead run at second for Lindor, who had a 2-run homer his last time up to get this whole comeback started. And Lindor shoots one over the bag. That's a fair ball, and the Mets will take the lead. Kiorme is in. Nimmo scores. Here comes Marte. It gets by the left fielder, Peterson. Lindor will be held at third. It's a 3-run triple for Lindor, and the Mets
The Mets 2022 magic just keeps on flowing.
Jock Peterson has hit 2 home runs tonight. Swinging. There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay. A 3-run homer. The 3rd of the night for Jock Peterson. That one is wet. And this game is tied.
And Dom Smith will lead off. And Dom gets under one to right center field, deep in Triple's alley. Back goes Gonzalez near the wall. Can't get it. On his way to third. The relay throw, not in time. It's a triple for Dominic Smith. Now the batter is Brandon Nimmo. And a slider hit out to left. Jankowski tagging. Peterson under it. Here comes Jankowski. Here comes Peterson's throw. Jankowski scores easily, and the Mets are back in front.
Here's Jock Peterson with 2 men on. They take a base hit, too, which could knock in the tying run. Line drive to center, base hit. Here comes Yastrzemski, and he scores. It's tied up.
Well, now Crawford can win it.
It's a ground ball into left field. Base hit. Can he make it? Cannon charges. Here comes the throw. Here's the slide. He is swing. Ruff scores incredibly. The Giants come back, and they come back again.
5th 3-2 count for Corbin Burns. Blake Snell has had 5 as well. And that's strike 3 call. Ha-Seong Kim.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with a slider. It is back-to-back strikeouts to begin the bottom of the 4th for Burns. Trent Grisham struck out his first time. The 2-2 to Grisham. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A curveball that bounced in there.
Brosso's got the only hit of the game for the Brewers. 3-2 pitch. High drive, deep left field. Racing back is Profar. That ball is gone. Mike Brasso, my goodness. A blast down the left field line, and the Brewers have tied it at 1. That hit in the 2nd level of the Western Metal Supply Company building. Take a look at Blake Snell today. He was outstanding. 7 strikeouts in just his 2nd start of the season. Got a majority of those strikeouts on the slider. Christian Yelich struck out twice against Snell. And Yelich a line drive, and it's over the glove of Kim in the left. Here comes Bob Melvin. Snell leaves to an nice ovation. He pitched well. Tyrone Taylor at the plate for the Crew. Another 0-2 pitch. And a swing and a fly ball out towards deep left. Back Profar. Warning track at the wall. Gone! 3-run home run. Tyrone Taylor on an 0-2 pitch. Brewers back out in front. 4-1.
The guy he's about to face was another piece in that trade. It was Scherzer and Trey Turner headed to the Dodgers in exchange for 4 players, including tonight's battery for the Nationals. We talked about Josiah Gray. Keibert Ruiz is the catcher for him in this one. Stole the headlines on that deadline day. Here's another 2-2. It's a fastball that's lifted to deep center field. Back goes Thomas. It's gone! Trey Turner with a 2-run home run in his old home against his old team. And the Dodgers lead 2-0 on Turner's 3rd of the year.
Trey went to the people right there.
Nationals come right back with 2 in the bottom of the 1st.
Maybe Josh about to break out after a difficult week and a half. How about that? The line is moving, and look at Cruz heading for 3rd. The ball gets away. That will send Nelson Cruz home. The Nets are on top.
First 2 Dodgers reach here in the 2nd. Team things up for Mookie Betts. A 1-2 to Betts is pulled down the line to deep left field. That ball's gone. Mookie Betts stays red hot. Dodgers retake the lead.
You know, if I'm Dave Roberts, how do you give him a day off? I mean, honestly, he's the best player on the field.
Chris Taylor is 1 for 1. He singled and scored, leading off the 2nd inning.
Taylor hits one hard, right center field. Back goes Thomas, out of room. It's gone. 3rd home run for the Dodgers.
And to the people, Oppo Pop. Elevate and celebrate, baby.
This man here, Mookie Betts, went deep in the 2nd. Has now scored a run in 12 consecutive games, which is 1 shy of the franchise record. Betts hits one in the air, left field, deep again. It is gone again. 2nd home run of the game for Mookie Betts, who is on another planet right now. He is alone in 1st in the National League with 12 home runs.
All the stars that they have on that bench, and they still say, man, this guy is unreal.
Let's take a look at the NL West. The Dodgers have a 1.5-game lead over the Padres for first in the division. Los Angeles has won 9 of their last 10 games, while the Friars are 7-3 in their last 10 contests. The reigning NL West champion Giants are struggling as of late. They've dropped 6 games back in the standings, while the Diamondbacks and Rockies are playing around 500 ball this season. And for all my folks on the West Coast, this one's going to get underway at around 11 a.m. Coming up, we're going to have our YouTube Creators Spotlight. Fans are filing in the stands. We're going to talk to Jermaine Curtis, a guy who made it to the bigs and is showing kids how to pave the way for their own major league dreams.
I got to tell you, Ernie, I don't mind staying up late for a game like this. This has been an awful lot of fun. And a pitch bounce right side, base hit. Here comes Gomez around third. There'll be no play. The Twins have won the Central.
The Metrodome will not go down so easily.
She will live to see a first-round matchup with the New York Yankees. Ron Gardenhire's Twins now with 5 division titles since 2002. They win it in the 12th inning on a base hit to right field.
This has been a game of avenging past faults. Casilla in the 10th did not tag up properly, cost the Twins the win there. Makes up for it with this base hit to right field. Gomez with all that speed. And the Twins won this game with the help of 54,088.
Welcome back. The Twins put their 6-game winning streak on the line this afternoon. We'll see if they can make it 7 in a row for the second time this season as they go for the sweep over Detroit. We'll have to wait until the top of the hour as first pitch is scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern. It is time now for our Creator Spotlight, and today we have former Major Leaguer and now YouTube creator Jermaine Curtis. Curtis's channel is all about teaching kids baseball and sharing his love for the game with the next generation. What's not to love about that? And we are so pleased to have Jermaine with us. Jermaine, thanks for spending some time with us here on the YouTube pregame show as we get set for Tigers and Twins. Now, Minnesota, kind of a surprise atop the AL Central. What would you say is the biggest reason for their success this season?
Well, first of all, thank YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, MLB and Big Door for having me on. But back in 2018, I played with the Minnesota Twins. And during that time, they were in a rebuilding stage. And they had a lot of core players that you see right now on that team. But as you can imagine, they were young. And fast forward to now, they're more experienced, they're more comfortable, they're gelling together as a team. You add in a few key players such as Carlos Correa, you add in a little spark as Luis Arraez, and a few pitchers such as Joe Ryan and Sonny Gray, and you have a special team when you mix all of those together.
So the Tigers, they haven't exactly had the same start. The Twins have had all but one of the guys who's been rock solid for them, and Miguel Cabrera. What impresses you the most about Miggy's performance this season at the age of 39?
Well, congrats to Miggy for 3,000 MLB hits and being the first-born Venezuelan player to do it. When I think about Miggy and what impresses me about him from a player's perspective, baseball is changing, moving, and adapting all the time. And what I mean specifically is every few years, the pitchers change how they approach hitters, and hitters change how they approach pitchers, and they change their swing and all that. And then the teams change how they position players defensively. But what impressed me about Miggy is that he's the same player from day one. If a player's on second base, he'll hit a single to the opposite side to drive him in. If it's an off-speed pitch, he'll pull it over the left field wall. And he's literally the same exact player that you've seen from day one, smiling out there and just having a blast. And that's what really impresses me as far as Miggy.
You got to be having fun out there when you're on the field. Now, we had mentioned earlier in the show that both of these squads have multiple high draft picks in their organization. Which young player do you think has the most promising MLB career ahead of him?
Well, I'm going to give you two people. The first person I'm going to start with is the Tigers. And I think Spencer Torkelson will have a promising MLB career. And the reason why is because right now he's kind of struggling and he's off to a slow start, but he's getting mentored by Miguel Cabrera. And after he gets comfortable taking those major league at bats, and if you he gets comfortable taking those major league at bats, he's going to turn into a very productive MLB player. And on the other side, I believe Royce Lewis will have a promising MLB career. Because back in 2018, I got to see him take ground balls. I got to see him, his personality. I got to see him work out in the cage. I got to see his work ethic. And I got to see who he was as a player. And let me tell you, he's like a young Derek Jeter. He's hungry. He has that leadership on the field. And he's just very exciting to see. And he's going to have a promising MLB career.
Yeah, Royce had a lot of fans really fired up when he made that brief stint. And then I love that you said Spencer Torkelson. I'm a former Sun Devil, so that made me very proud. Now, Jermaine, you were a former player, and one of your favorite moments is one that's really personal to you, and understandably, it's your MLB debut. Talk about why that moment was so special.
Well, growing up, just like every kid, I had the dream of playing in the MLB. And in my community, we like to say, to be bluntly, most dreams do not make it out of my city. So when I was able to reach the major leagues of putting in 20 years to get to that level, it was very special to me because we worked hard, to get to that point. And as far as my family supported me and get to that point, it was just phenomenal. But it was very special to my community as well. When I went back home, I was able to show them that, your dreams don't have to die here in the city and that you can thrive if you really work hard to whatever you want to do.
That is so inspiring. And I know your YouTube channel is helping young kids that love baseball achieve their dreams, hopefully one day. And you're teaching them how to play baseball. What's the biggest thing you want kids to know about the sport if they aren't quite sure if they want to get involved? And also, two-part, how beneficial is it that they have YouTube and the access to just search things up at any time to kind of really find that passion for it?
Yeah, in today's age, you can find all the information you want. You could get information like me where I'm giving advice, and then there's a million other coaches giving great advice online. And what you see at the MLB level is you see the fame, you see the money, you see all the fun. But what you don't see is you see the adventures. You don't see the stories. You don't see the friendships, the relationships that you get in baseball. So if you're a young player and you have all these dreams and you want to travel and you want to do things, baseball is a great vehicle to give you everything you want in life, because that's what it's done for me. It's giving me everything I have in life, right? And it's the reason I'm talking to you guys right now.
Well, we're so glad to have you here with us on this series, and we appreciate all you do. I know the young kids do, so keep up the great work. Jermaine Curtis, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
Little bit of a delay, but we are going to get to it at the top of the hour. Coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern. That would be 1 p.m. Central and 11 o'clock West Coast time. We're going to get you Tigers at Twins. And next up, we're talking with Sarah Langs, our StatCast guru.
Hey, baseball fans. Live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Tigers going against Dylan Bundy, who is working his way back up to speed after a stint on the COVID IL. Now let's go to Pittsburgh for an update. Game that's already in action.
For these standards, he's 6'7", so that extension a little bit better than some. Out to left and deep, and Crone does what he does, just golfs it out of here. Home run number 12. Good thing the bases were empty. Back into a tie for the league lead. C.J. Crone makes it 4-0. That's his go zone right there.
Yeah, well, you kind of feel like you kept him at bay the first two games of this series, and you thought that at some point he may pull out the power.
Now we take you live inside the park where Randall Grichuk is at the plate.
Scoring teams in baseball.
We haven't seen Chris Bryant either. He just went on a 10-day DL with back spasm, so had him in the mix of this lineup and had a pretty good thing going.
He was a late scratch in the lineup on Monday, and then placed on the injured list before the game today. Struck him out. Rockies add a run on the home run by Crone.
All right, so the Rockies currently on top 4-0. C.J. Crone tied for in the NL with 12 home runs so far on the season. Time now to get analytical with StatCast powered by Google Cloud. We welcome in our friend Sarah Langs from MLB.com once again. Hey, Sarah. All right, the Tigers have been struggling at the plate a bit lately, but one of their hitters has shown some great plate discipline this season. Tell us about him.
Absolutely. So Robbie Grossman has among the lowest chase rates in all of baseball this year. And this is what he does. I mean, if you go back to the beginning of his career with the Astros, when he was on these Twins who he's facing today, and when he was on the A's, and now as he's been on the Tigers, he just doesn't chase. Those pitches outside the zone are not going to fool him. You can see here he's top 5 in that stat right now. And if you look in the offense trying to get on track, I think that that's a really important thing. Hopefully what he does at the plate can kind of permeate maybe some osmosis to some of his teammates. We know that Javi Baez is kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum, but I've been wondering if maybe he could take some tips from Robbie at some point this season. But if you're looking to get back on track at the plate, there's nothing better to do than not swing at bad pitches. And it's such a fun thing to see. And I don't think Robbie Grossman gets enough credit for his chase rate. So we're giving him that shine today.
Yeah, give him some credit for laying off, right? All right, now Byron Buxton has had a very good start to 2022. But you did a deeper look. And his year is actually a whole lot more special than people think. Tell us why.
So Byron Buxton is a StatCast darling, a baseball darling. We love to watch him. If you go over to his StatCast page, it's color-coded. Red is good. His page is almost all red. We know he can do it in the field. You see a catch there. We see him crushing the ball. But what is so unique about him is that power and speed combo. So I took a look at guys who are in the 90th percentile or better in both barrel rate and sprint speed. So guys who are crushing the ball, that ideal contact with barrel rate, and guys who are running really fast. Take a look at this. It's just him and Mike Trout. If it's you and Mike Trout, you know you are doing something right. And I just love this because that's the explosiveness that we're used to seeing from Byron Buxton, certainly from Mike Trout as well. And it's a really fun way to take what we already see on the field and what we know about him and just quantify it a little bit. It's nothing really newfangled, but we're saying, hey, he is a really exciting player. Here's a stat we can put together to show you just how exciting he is.
Yeah, anytime you're in the league with a Mike Trout, that's definitely a good sign. As always, thanks so much for your time, Sarah.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, we are getting you ready for first pitch at Target Field. Tigers and Twins coming up. Twins looking to extend their win streak to 7 straight. It is Ronnie Garcia and Dylan Bundy on the mound.
I got to tell you, Ernie, I don't mind staying up late for a game like this. This has been an awful lot of fun. And a pitch bounce right side, base hit. Here comes Gomez around third. There'll be no play. The Twins have won the Central.
The Metrodome will not go down so easily.
She will live to see a first-round matchup with the New York Yankees. Ron Gardenhire's Twins now with 5 division titles since 2002. They win it in the 12th inning on a base hit to right field.
This has been a game of avenging past faults. Casilla in the 10th did not tag up properly, cost the Twins the win there. Makes up for it with this base hit to right field. Gomez with all that speed. And the Twins won this game with the help of 54,088.
They say good things come to those who wait. So welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jim Beam. We are getting you all set for Tigers and Twins at the top of the hour. Now, we spoke of Byron Buxton's great season earlier, but it was 10 years ago when the Twins selected an 18-year-old Buxton with the 2nd overall pick in the MLB draft. The Georgia native had all the promise of becoming a franchise centerpiece in Minnesota, but since his big league debut in 2015, much of Buxton's time with the Twins has been marked by glimpses of brilliance, but they've been slightly overshadowed by injury-plagued seasons and a little bit of an unfulfilled promise. Now, at 28 years old, Buxton is playing like the all-world talent that many expected him to be, and he's a big reason why the Twins are in first place.
He's talked about as one of the best players in all of baseball.
Byron Buxton!
I'm a little biased, but obviously seeing him play,
Oh, what a catch!
the tools are off the charts.
Target field, can't get much better than that.
He does things on a baseball field that we can only possibly dream about doing.
What a play from the finest center fielder in the game.
Hey, it's the best player in the game right here.
Right here, baby. What's up? Yeah. What's up? It's weird because for me, I don't really like that, being more down to earth and under the radar.
He doesn't like hearing how good he is or that he's great or whatever. He just is playing a game he loves.
With the 2nd selection, the Minnesota Twins select Byron Buxton.
It's an exciting feeling. Glad I'm a Twins now, so I'm just ready to go out and play ball.
The Byron Buxton era is about to begin.
Being drafted that high, comes with a burden. And I think it's a sense of responsibility and scrutiny that he has worn throughout his career.
I didn't really fail until I got to the big leagues. It took me to let go of the pressures of the media, the pressures of people. When I took that step back and realized, like, I just have to be more mentally strong, more mentally tough, and it put me in a better place physically to just go out and play baseball again.
This year we're seeing him just own every moment. And he's going out there now and just playing with his hair down and just really going out there and having fun.
All the hard work he's put in, it finally is coming to fruition.
You know, there's a reason the hype was there, and it still is. Like, he's special talent. He's always going to be. He's worth the price of admission.
Is there anything you can't do on a baseball field?
Not if I put my mind to it. I feel like I can do everything. It might not be the smartest thing, but I feel like I can do everything. I know I can possibly go out and make this tough catch, but the reward might lead to me being on the IL.
As he does so often, selling out for the catch and paying the price.
We've tried to impress upon him a double against the wall is much better in our minds than a trip to the IL for him.
It's very frustrating to get injured year after year after year. That was a test for me. Is this what I was called to do?
What up, Buff?
I try to just look at it one day at a time now, rather than, all right, I'm gonna try to stay healthy through the full season. That kind of lets me stay at peace with what I'm doing in the now. Been having a little issues here and there, so getting the hot tub, warm my knee up a little bit more, technically warm my body up a little bit more before I go in the training room and start doing my stretches, start doing my positionings, like just movements to get my body prepared to go outside for BP. Something that's changed over my career. Because I used to never come in here.
This is a real challenge for him to know what he can do if he were healthy, and that almost everyone talks about him like in the context of what if he was healthy for a full season. I think a lot has been made of our winning record when he's on the field versus when he's not on the field. He's played for quite some time now, and every single year our record is just better with him out there.
Fellas. I'm understanding more of what my teammates need out of me to make sure that I'm able to, be there for them. I just want them to know, I always got their back no matter what.
Cementing Byron Buxton as a Minnesota Twin is really just something that's incredibly special. I know to everyone in this room and everyone that's been a part of this organization.
Let's go!
He's been through a lot. He'd be the first to tell you that. He's had some incredible ups and some challenges along the way. And I think Byron Buxton represents everything we want this organization to be.
With my grandson that I was going to be working with, he's like, oh my gosh, he's my favorite.
So you're just going to have to stand there, this shot with your bat over the shoulder.
Gotcha.
And we'll just rotate you around.
Okay.
That'll
march the spot.
right there, yep.
Boom. We just knew intrinsically that the best version of the Minnesota Twins included having Byron Buxton as a centerpiece of that. This franchise has been so blessed over the years to see all of Kirby Puckett's career, to see all of Joe Mauer's career, just standard bearers for this franchise. Byron Buxton clearly in our mind was that type of player.
That's what you want when you're a franchise and you have a guy like him as a franchise guy. Like, you want to get a guy like that and keep him and have them be there forever.
Will you join us? It's a special place for me, special place for my family. This is where we made a home 9 years ago, and we get to, live for 7 more years here. So officially say I might be a Minnesotian.
When we come around, we're all going to wave at the camera.
I've had a lot of love from here. And for me, the only thing that I can bring back here is a ring to show my love back and appreciation to the state of Minnesota.
Byron Buxton may have had some troubles with injuries over his career, but when he is on the field, he is a force to be reckoned with. He's trying to break out of a slump right now, 1 for 24 over his last span. And fans watching our YouTube Game of the Week now have their choice of listening experience. Moments before first pitch, simply click on the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks, select either primary broadcast, or you can take your pick of home and away calls. Each is available on your favorite device once the game is underway.
We've been giving a lot of love to Byron Buxton, and I just love that catch that he made last night. But of course, it was his team that shut out the Detroit Tigers. So here is how the Tigers line up as they try to avoid the sweep in this one. And as you see, Miguel Cabrera notably getting the afternoon off. So Harold Castro will get the start today at shortstop and bat second for Detroit. And batting cleanup, Javier Baez, who would like himself to break out of this epic slump that he is in. He's got just 1 homer and 1 RBI in his last 22 games, and he's aware of what's going on. He says, hey, I just need to make adjustments and control my game.
One quick note, too, about the Tigers. They've scored 3 runs or more 19 times this season, winning 13 of their 14 games in those contests. But when you hold those guys to just 2 runs or fewer, you're probably going to beat them. The Tigers have scored 4 runs or more just 11 times.
Yeah, it hasn't been prettier, and they don't score.
Exactly. Okay, Byron Buxton, the man of the hour, the guy we just showed you the whole feature on. He's leading off and DHing. He's hitless in his last 21 at-bats, which is tied for the longest streak of his career. Carlos Correa batting third. He's got a .333 average since coming off the IL. He's been back for 6 games. And Gio Urshela batting seventh. He's been on a tear lately. A .438 average and 5 RBI in his last 6 games. All right, now time for our picks to click. Erica, let's go ahead and make some predictions on Tigers and Twins. I like to go bold usually when I do these, but I want to hear if you played it safe.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of good options to choose from on one side of things. I think I went with a safe choice.
Okay. So Tigers have been struggling at the plate, but give us a Detroit hitter that could have a breakout and have a multi-hit game today.
Well, the guy I'm looking for here, Jonathan Scope, because he has said that this is his time to shine, and it's been another slow start for him this year, hitting .178, but his numbers are actually similar to last year, and we know how he turned it around, of course, earning that big extension. Now, since May 8th, he's hitting .259, Sierra, with 4 doubles and 3 homers. 2 of those doubles, 1 home run coming in the first 2 games of this series.
I am an unabashed homer. I love Arizona State University. I'm going with Spencer Torkelson. He's been putting together solid at-bats, cutting down on the Ks, reaching base more than a third of the time over his last 10 games. He's got a .310 average. All right, the Bomba squad in Minnesota is a thing of the past, but this team can still drive in runs. So which Twin do you think will drive in the most runs today?
Yeah, they've been doing a ton of it lately. Again, they are in the midst right now of a 6-game winning streak. And I'm going with the guy you were just talking about when we took a look at that lineup, Gio Urshela. He is my guy because he's been doing so much of driving in the runs lately during this win streak. He's gone 7 for 16 at the plate again. And yes, he had that big walk-off just a few short nights ago. So I am looking for him to stay hot this afternoon.
Okay, I am going with Byron Buxton.
I like it. I like it.
Right, okay. 21 straight at-bats without a hit.
Whew, I know.
He's never had a hitless streak like this in his entire career. There is no way it's going to be It's no way it's going to be.
It's going to end.
Extended.
I
to
like what you're
22.
sending out there.
No, I'm putting the vibes out there in the universe for our guy.
It's
Byron.
all about the vibes. And we heard from him, you know, a nice feature.
Yeah.
And he's changing his mindset, so you know he's thinking good things too when he's at the plate.
The thing is, no matter what he does at the plate, he's going to make an incredible play on the field. Just not today because he's DH.
Yes, exactly. Very true. It is time now for our poll results. Look at that. Are we surprised at all? Byron Buxton really just running away with this. 61% of you voted that he will have the best MLB career, and we're looking forward to seeing what he does this afternoon, Sierra, as it is almost time for first pitch at Target Field.
Yo, don't let us down, Byron. Put it all on you.
The pressure is on.
Our MLB Game of the Week presented by Jim Beam coming up.
Oh no, rain cannot hold us back in the Twin Cities. It's been a chilly spring, but it's finally starting to warm up, except for today. 50s and a steady soaking, but the AL Central leaders want to keep playing because they can't stop winning. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Jim Beam. The Detroit Tigers battle the Minnesota Twins at Target Field in Minneapolis, with the Twins going for the sweep. And we are here, a little bit of a delayed start, but Scott Braun, along with Carlos Pena, the former All-Star, the former Silver Slugger, Gold Glover, former Detroit Tiger, and hello to the YouTube audience around the globe. I can keep going, but I know what you would be doing during this extra time that you have before the game starts, and that is?
I'll be in the gym.
Pump and iron.
Trying to get some sets in, you know?
I think he did that already. By the way, let's start with Detroit, the visiting team. They've been struggling a bit. What is Detroit known for?
Cars.
Cars, that's right. So can I take you on an assembly line to show you how they're trying to construct the next great Tigers team? They haven't been to the playoffs since 2014, so I need to mix in some free agent signings and proven winners too. Eduardo Rodriguez, who's currently on the shelf. Javi Baez, slow start. Next up, they traded for veterans. Tucker Barnhart, who really gets the job done behind the plate, a Gold Glover, and Austin Meadows, who's also dealing with some issues right now, and he's not playing. He's an all-star. Spencer Wilson and Casey Mize, former first overall picks with the talent, but you add it all up, and the assembly line still has work to do, okay? It's still a work in progress. Tied for the worst record in the American League at the moment at 14 up, 28 down. So what's the problem, Los?
They're not hitting, Scotty. Really, the talent is definitely there. But if you see the at-bats, they're just not quality ABs. As a collective unit, their approach is less than optimal. They really have to go back to the drawing board. You see that the power's not there, even though we know they have power, yet they're not really producing. But if you watch the sequence of their at-bats, you're like, they leave a lot to be desired. So they really have to go back and analyze what they're doing as a collective unit.
The pitching numbers have been okay, and that is despite missing most of the starting staff. This is who is currently on the IL. We talked about Rodriguez. Mize is still missing. Matt Manning is working his way back. They said soon. Pineda with the fractured finger, and Tyler Alexander dealing with an elbow. So they're going with a bullpen game today. It'll be their 12th starting pitcher used this season, which will be most in Major League Baseball. Okay, so that's a lot to digest for the Tigers, and they're driving slowly. The Twins are flying. They're in first place. They can't stop winning at the moment, and it helps when Byron Buxton is playing, doesn't it?
Goodness, I mean, what an exciting player. And I'll tell you what, not only does he do it with the bat, but he does it with the glove. That's why he is so valuable. 11 home runs thus far, 5th in the major leagues, and he really hasn't even gotten going yet, Scotty. So what's going to happen when he really just gets a foot in the accelerator and goes? It's exciting stuff. The numbers speak for themselves. He is one of the most exciting players in the major leagues, struggling as of late, but that's just a timing issue. So I think he's just a little adjustment away from getting back to form.
Yeah, and almost homering last night, but he did Rob, what, extra bases, StatCast powered by Google Cloud. This is just ridiculous coverage in the outfield.
Unbelievable. And you would think, it's like he could have almost caught that on the run without a dive, but that's only him, by the way. Anybody else, that ball is a sure double.
He flies vertically, he flies horizontally, he is special, he's a Gold Glover out in center field. And simple math here, when he plays, they win. When he does not play, they don't win as much. So he's playing today. It's going to be the DH. There is some load management going on right now to make sure that he stays on the field. So let's get to Brett Dolan, third member of our team, who is a gamer today, with more on how they're handling Byron Buxton. Hey, Brett.
Hey, Scott. Well, the target center is located just to my left, beyond the outfield fence. Here at Target Field, that's where the Minnesota Timberwolves play in the NBA. It was the NBA that introduced us to load management in recent years, where their superstars would not play back-to-back games. Well, in baseball, it's back-to-back games for 6 months. So the Minnesota Twins have their own version of load management with Byron Buxton. He's certainly a talented player. When you document his injuries, it would probably take our entire rain delay. This reminds me of the old board game operation. I would always touch the metal side with the pliers and set off the alarm. But look at all of the injuries that Buxton has dealt with in his career. It goes from his toes to his shoulder. Most recently, it has been knee tendonitis that has caused problems. Now, that knee hurts even when he swings the bat. So for the most part, Rocco Baldelli has not been able to DH Buxton because it really isn't a day off, although he is in that lineup today. So the idea is to get maybe 100 or 110 games out of Buxton this year. Certainly the Twins would be that much better with his production in the lineup. And then who knows, maybe some postseason baseball as well. A lot of that rides on a healthy Byron Buxton. Scott?
Brett, I was brutal at operation. That's why I'm broadcasting. Okay, no doctor, no dentist. Right here, ready for lineups and first pitch time in Minneapolis. Coming at you on YouTube. The action's always free. Tell your friends.
I'm coming for you. Stand under the ground. If you want to get out and feel alive, don't make a sound. 'Cause I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Stand under the ground. If you want to get out and feel alive, don't make a sound. 'Cause I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Jim Beam, with former All-Star, Gold Glover, Silver Slugger, Carlos Pena, and Brett Dolan downstairs in the rain. I'm Scott Braun, and let's go over some things to know for today's contest between the Detroit Tigers at 14-28 and the Minnesota Twins at 27-16, streaming live globally. Hello from wherever you are watching. 11 more games to go this season. just over 3.6 million fans who are subscribed to the MLB YouTube channel. And then I'm really pumped about this. You can stream live in an MLB pop-up channel as well as in 4K for the first time this season exclusively for 4K plus subscribers. It is crisp, beyond crisp. Such clarity on your screen if you're one of the lucky ones to be able to see this game in 4K. Let us know about it, please. As, hey, we're actually playing Carlos sooner than anticipated, at least when we were trying to play Predict the Weather.
Yeah, this is a lot better, Scotty. I mean, what we thought we were going to be doing was waiting for another 2 hours. And yet, ball game is about to start.
That's right. And we have special guests joining us. We'll talk to Chris Archer during the game, Alex Faedo, and I didn't tell you this, but I have a surprise for you. Gio Urshela is mic'd up, and it sounds like this.
Cold. Mañana is gonna be. I don't know mañana. So the next couple of days is gonna be like 70 something, 80.
Really?
Yeah. It's all right.
Hey,
it's all right.
Spring in the States, like, you know, like,
it's all right.
It's all over the place.
You gotta expect everything.
Yeah.
One day it's cold, one day it's hot.
Yeah.
So, bro.
He's our new weatherman. He's better than us.
I mean, I like this.
He's on the Minnesota Twins, a new member coming over from the New York Yankees in an offseason trade. It sounds like he's a pro already. He's Midwest nice. Minnesota knows what he's talking about. And he's well aware that we're ready to play a little baseball today.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Scotty.
That's right. Playing a little res on the, and they do a great job, the DJ, on the speakers here at Target Field, as we'll introduce the Jim Beam starting 9 for A.J. Hinch's ball club. Shutout yesterday by Minnesota. Daz Cameron to provide a spark at the top of the lineup. Then Castro, Scope starting to really smoke the baseball. Baez cleaning up. He's had a cold month. Candelario, the switch hitter. Torkelson, the former first overall pick, is on a little bit of a heater over the past week. Then Willie Castro, Eric Haas, and Derek Hill to round out the lineup. There's Daz. Did you play with or against Father, Mike?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Daz is ready to go.
Did you play with Mike or against Mike? Or
against.
Both? Against Mike. And he could pick it in center field. So can Daz. He made an incredible play the other day. It was the play of the week. Still waiting for the Twins to take the field. Hopefully soon. It'll be Dylan Bundy on the mound, making his 7th start of the season. Bundy with an ERA a bit over 5 on the year, dealt with some time on the COVID IL. There's Gio, and he's been very clutch lately for this Minnesota Twins team. The winning streak is on right now. It's been 6 in a row. Their season high was 7 back in April against the White Sox and this Tigers team, so they're looking to match that season high, and they're outscoring opponents 43-20. This is how clutch he was. So he had the game-winning hit top of the 9th on Sunday against KC. Next day, make contact, Baez stops it, but the run comes in, and that's your walk-off for the Twins on Monday.
Yeah, Gio is such a great player. Whenever he gets the opportunity, he seems to be in the mix of things, and he's able to produce for his ball club. So I'm really glad to see him get this chance with the Twins. It's going to be a great year for him. Of that, I'm certain.
Top team in the American League Central, while the White Sox were heavily favored heading into the year. Minnesota is winning in a variety of ways. They have emphasized how the clubhouse chemistry is on point this year, much more so than last season. And then there are veterans in this pitching staff, some of which have missed time, including Dylan Bundy, but his first 3 starts were sparkling with the Twins, and then he fell off a bit. What did we hear from Rocco Baldelli and what to expect today?
You know, it's so important for them to keep working as a unit, and it's the sum of all parts with the Twins. As a matter of fact, if you look at the fact that they were missing Carlos Correa for a couple weeks and they still hold on to that first place in the division. But let me tell you, you got to ride the wave. This is the most important thing for them. They are in a nice winning streak right now, but how do you accomplish that? The shock and awe, you have to come in hard, keep on charging. It's going to be important for them to throw strikes and attack the strike zone, and even offensively also come out swinging out of the gates. But you have to be effectively efficient. There's a difference, Scotty. You can be effective and not efficient, and you can be efficient and not effective. It's very important for them to do the right things, do it economically, look for their pitches. When they get them, bang them in the gap, hit them hard, and make the plays out there between the lines.
You're my teacher today, Los. Teach us.
I got you. I got you.
I love your philosophy and terminology. Man sitting next to me reads a lot of books, many novels. And he will bring some of that knowledge to us today on YouTube. 6th start of the season for Daz Cameron. He's going to lead the way for this Detroit team that's lost 5 of 6 and scored just 11 runs during that time period. And that was coming off a time when they won 4 in a row. Tigers, Twins, exclusively on YouTube, and we are underway after a little rain delay. So Dylan Bundy will bring the kitchen sink from the get-go. 4-seam fastball, slider changeup, sinker, curveball. You'll see them all.
This is what I was talking about, being effective, making sure that you immediately get on top of the Tigers, especially with this winning streak. 0-2 already the count on camera.
Much better pitcher with extra rest too, and that is golfed into center. It's Celestino handling the job today and swirling around with the wind and the rain to make out number 1 in the first. So StatCast powered by Google Cloud 3D. All the pitches coming at you from Dylan Bundy, and his manager Rocco Baldelli told us he's not going to hold back in the beginning of the game. You know how some starters will set you up for later? He's going to show you everything right away, and there is a lot of variety to it.
Kitchen sink is about right.
That's right. It's a little more fastball heavy last time around. It was a shortened start for him coming off the COVID IL. Went 3 innings, and it's actually the last time the Twins lost a game. That was last week on Tuesday at Oakland. 3 shutout innings, 2 hits, a couple walks, and 3 strikeouts. He went 54 pitches.
And Bundy here early on attacking the strike zone, 4 straight strikes.
Harold Castro up the middle and a base knock.
This was a very nice swing right here, Scotty. Got the fastball out over the plate, a little 2-seamer, and Castro was able to square it up. Talking about approach, okay, hunt the fastballs. You know Bundy likes to throw it. Make sure it's the one you like, the zone you like, and when you get it, don't miss it. Great job by Castro there.
Castro's been a bit above average at the plate this year, according to OPS Plus, with the league average at 100. He's at 103 entering the day. Now on to Jonathan Scope. First pitch, he goes after it and pulls it to left. Larnach chasing towards the line, and he'll make the catch in foul ground. But we've seen much better swings from Jonathan Scope over the past week.
Yes, and right there, that ball kind of ran into him. That 2-seamer just kept on riding up and in. He was uncomfortable on that swing. And now Bundy, all strikes so far. Talk about being effectively efficient. He's pretty much embodying the concept.
On to Javi Baez, who, just like Jonathan Scope, is what you'd call a free swinger.
That's an understatement right there, Scotty.
That one's in the zone. That's what he likes. And I always wonder with someone like Javi Baez, who has the highest chase rate in Major League Baseball, why you don't tempt him with more pitches outside of the zone. Like Bundy started him with a 90-mile-an-hour fastball in a pretty good spot for him to hit it.
Ball like that. It's too close for comfort, especially with a guy like Baez that swings the bat so often, and almost seems like he doesn't have an approach at the plate. And that's precisely what A.J. Hinch was hinting, that as a collective unit, they have to come up with a mentality and a strategy. Certainly Baez could use that.
Rips a pitch foul.
Nice play right there. Ball boy showing us how to play defense.
Great representative for a Twins team that is playing standout defense right now. I think 2 errors over the past 10 or 11 games. Buxton made a ridiculous catch yesterday. Correa has really helped shore up the infield. And Baez strikes out. That's what we're talking about. The chase, bottom of the zone. Bundy picks up the strikeout and strands Castro in the top of the first. We'll introduce the Twins lineup coming up. Back at Target Field, a little bit soaked, but we're good to go for the Twins starting lineup presented by Jim Beam. And Byron Buxton is in there at DH this afternoon. Arise at first. Correa shortstop hitting third. Kepler crushes Tigers pitching. Sanchez after him. Larnick back in the lineup today after sitting yesterday. And then Urshela, Gordon, and Celestino, who's had a hot start at the plate. But let's start with when he's on the field, an MVP caliber talent in Byron Buxton, who leads the ball club with 11 homers, and he's actually in a rare slump at the moment. Hitless in his last 21 ABs.
You know, he has really been off as of late, and you see the numbers, 11 home runs. It just tells you a lot about how good this guy is.
Ball, no.
Bullpen day for the Tigers, by the way. Ronnie Garcia, his first start since 2020. He's made 14 appearances out of the bullpen. A 2.57 ERA, or make it 8 appearances, 14 innings. Buxton cracks one to deep left, and it is a foul ball. Had plenty of distance.
Oh, that ball was absolutely scorched. Got a fastball inside, and he's able to turn on it. He's extremely quick. That ball just kept on hooking. Unfortunately, it's foul. Fortunately for the Tigers. Unfortunately for Buxton and the Twins. Beautiful swing right here.
About 109 miles per hour off the bat with the exit velocity.
So close.
And now stays alive. And for Byron yesterday, he connected on a ball to deep central, deepest part of the ballpark, and it was maybe a few feet short of leaving the yard. So he's almost back. You're hearing the click off the bat that you don't hear from many others on the planet. That's a roller to third, gobbled up by Candelario. First out in the home first. And Carlos, just like you did on one side, let's get your other side keys to the game presented by Jim Beam. What do the Tigers need to do?
You know, the Tigers are going through a tough moment. They have to throw. They have a glitch in their system, but they have to definitely throw a glitch on the Twins system, okay? Because they've been firing all cylinders. And next question is, how do you do that? They have to stay process-minded. Stay process-minded. Don't think about the reward. Just make sure you get you good at bats, throw strikes. You have to fill the bucket, meaning just put something positive in the bucket, Scott. It's so important. So far, it's so easy to get ahead of yourself. Just anything. A walk, good at bat, a good defensive play. Fill the bucket with positive things.
That was close to getting a piece of Luis Arraez. He's very active in the box, too, and contact on the next pitch. It's to second, plenty of time for Scope to put him away. Luis Arraez, though, on-base machine so far this season. Best OBP in baseball. Tigers defense presented by Jim Beam. You know, Jonathan Scope has 8 outs above average. It's a very good thing at this point in the season. Most among fielders. He's not usually known for his glove, more of an offense first second baseman, but he's made significant strides at the position this year.
You know, he takes a lot of pride in his defense and he works at it. So it's nice to get definitely recognized for his glove.
Look at that. Tops and outs above average. Over Crawford, Brett Phillips, and Velazquez with the Angels.
You wouldn't think this.
No.
And coming into today, I'm looking at that and I was surprised.
I think he was surprised when he learned about his lead in the category.
Before all those numbers were obscured, you really didn't even know how much he contributed defensively. But nowadays, everything is so clear, and he's definitely contributing with the leather.
So did Carlos Correa last year especially, and he is in business to left. Correa continuing some positive momentum from yesterday, and he will get into second safely with a double.
He was thinking 2 out of the box, and that's how he's able to sneak into second base. That was a close play, but immediately as he made contact, he says, I'm going to. Watch this. He's gone. Right there. He made up his mind. Nothing will stop me. I'm getting to second. That was a good read.
Yesterday, he smacked the ball down the third base line, turned into an RBI double. Another 2 bags today, his 9th of the season.
They're glad to have him back. He's a force in that lineup. He's a leader in the clubhouse.
And here comes Max Kepler. Overshift on the right side against him.
The dreaded shift. If you have a left-handed hitter, I know that I was affected personally. I can't wait until it's gone.
Yeah, then you're going to unretire, aren't you?
And then, yeah, come on, give me a bat.
Carlos mentions the shift, what, once or twice per day?
Yeah, seriously.
As you should.
It's like one of the worst things that ever happened in my life.
Left-handed power bat pull hitter, and it was a nightmare. Still had a nice career, Carlos.
No, I'm very grateful for it. You know, some people sometimes say, hey, just hit it the other way. It's a lot harder to do than it is to say, you know, we're grooming our swing since we're kids. It's very difficult to just start something new all of a sudden.
Ball. 3 misses from Garcia, but this is how you beat the shift. Monday, first inning, 4 batters in for Minnesota. There it is. Introduce the world on YouTube to your catchphrase.
You know what? If you cannot hit it through the shift, I learned that the best way to do it is just that. Hit it over the shift.
First inning grand slams against Detroit in Twins franchise history. Garver's on the list too from last year, but Kepler gets the job done the other day. Smashed a 2-0 middle changeup off of Elvin Rodriguez, who was doubling up on the changeup, and Kepler did not miss it. Lays off the 3-0, and it's 3 balls and a strike. 4 of Kepler's 6 home runs this year are against Detroit.
So you're saying he likes hitting against Detroit?
Oh, yes. And the Twins like hitting early in games. They have been first inning monsters.
One of the things I was talking about, the Twins, one of their keys is that I said shock and awe. You have to come out of the gates, especially if you want to ride this wave. You have a 6-game winning streak. You're going to want to continue this. You have to stay aggressive. Full court press every single time you are on the mound and at the plate.
Payoff. Ball. Walked him, and the pitch gets away, so Carlos Correa gets to third.
Garcia throwing an absolute gas. pretty good arm. Maybe not pristine control, but he definitely has the power. Right here, he pulls this fastball and misses by quite a lot.
Garcia is the 12th different starting pitcher used by the Tigers this season. That's tops in baseball. That's not a list you want to be in front of. Injury city to their regular starting rotation right now as they anxiously await returns of starters like Matt Manning, Casey Mize, and Eduardo Rodriguez. Here's Gary Sanchez, strike one.
When we spoke to Rocco Baldelli earlier this morning, he talked about the fact that sometimes hitters hit because pitchers throw it into their nitro zone. Gary Sanchez is one of those guys that needs to make the adjustment because pitchers are actually exploiting his weaknesses. So it's very important for him to adjust his approach at the plate and his strategy and start sitting pitches in different areas depending on who's on the mound.
Good paint from Garcia. Sanchez is behind. He's having his best year since 2019. Went through some tough times with the Yankees, and they'll let you hear it. He said they're nicer here in Minnesota. Accurate.
Reasonably nicer,
yes.
I would say.
Nice shot by Haas to keep it in front of him and save the run.
Playing in New York City as a visitor, it's extremely challenging. Okay, they're gonna let you know, but you hear how hard it is to play when you are part of the Yankees, because you will hear every single day. As a visitor, you just hear it for a weekend.
1-2 with the runners on the corners, and that is pulled to third. Tough play for Candelario, and he makes it easily. Vacuum at the hot corner. Candelario makes two nice plays in the first to prevent any damage despite two runners reaching off of Ronnie Garcia. Jamer Candelario.
Nice play right here, going to his left.
Batting fifth for Detroit, third baseman, number 46, Jamer Candelario.
We provide all of the options on YouTube to enhance the listening experience. You can click the gear icon in your player and choose audio tracks. We're running through it for you right now, the tutorial, and you can select either primary broadcast, that's us, Carlos Pena and myself and Brett Dolan, or you can pick Tigers or Twins radio calls, all available on your favorite device. You can kind of DJ it up too, like, oh, I want to listen to Tigers, Twins, and then back to us. We'll have some interviews coming soon with Chris Archer and Alex Faedo during the game. They'll join us from the dugout. Second inning action. First pitch is fouled back by Candelario, who made the last out in the previous half inning, and it was not an easy play to third, but Gary Sanchez thought he was out from the jump.
I mean, he made really good contact, but he was not hustling out of the box, and that's something that I know Rocco has addressed with him. It's just giving you the best effort every single time. You don't have to sprint like a madman, but give me a firm sprint. That was not a routine play.
My thing too, Carlos, is that it just depends on the degree of difficulty. If it's a routine ground ball right side, you know you're done okay, but Candelario had to make some serious movement to grab that baseball. It could easily turn into an errant throw.
Or even off the bat, I'm looking at the fact that he does not have a beat on that play. I mean, that was a very wicked hop. Candelario made a great play. I have to be hustling down the line.
Correa just throws bullets.
And there you have it. I mean, right there you see Candelario getting down the line firmly. Right, that ball is right at Correa. It's a routine play, yet you still give it that very professional sprint. That's all you ask for. Right here. He's going now. Is he going 100% down the line? I think that would be silly. Maybe you get hurt, but you still give it that very firm professional sprint.
I'm with you. Ball one to Spencer Torkelson.
Having a tough time now at the plate.
Former first overall pick in 2020. Yes. He did go around on that one, and he's trying to let the ball travel a bit deeper. Said he feels like he's been pulling off a little bit because the plate discipline is there, as you can see. I mean, he spits at pitches like a pro.
You know, sometimes when we chase out of the zone, when we overswing, it's a more a telltale sign of being late as far as your load is concerned, right? So it's a timing issue. A lot of hitters are guilty of treating symptoms instead of going to the root of the problem, which more times than not is timing. Oof. Right there late on that elevated fastball.
Where'd you have that last one?
It's a strike.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nicely placed by Bundy with a little tail action on it.
Bundy looking really good. Attacking the strike zone, utilizing the fastball.
He had a 10-pitch first. And now a pop-up for Arise to line up. 2 gone in the second. Willie Castro will dig in. Bundy's a former 4th overall draft selection in 2011. Highly touted with the Baltimore Orioles. Went through some injuries and ups and downs. And he's definitely had some successful seasons lately as a starting pitcher, particularly one year with the Angels a couple years back. Part of the problem for Bundy, though, this season and last is the signature pitch, the slider, is getting hit much more frequently. Willie Castro, base hit. Vacated left side. It was all his.
Looked like that was a split or a changeup out over the plate. Castro just kind of throws the barrel out there, and he's able to hit it on the ground the other way. There was no one standing on the way. Look at this. This is actually very good hit. He doesn't try to do too much with that pitch. It's fading away from him. He lays the barrel out there, kind of like playing Pepper.
He's a switch hitter, not a heavy pull hitter, so not sure that's the right way to play him, but it's a 2-out base runner for Detroit with a strike to Eric Haas.
I've always felt that teams definitely overshift. They overanalyze the historical data a little bit too much.
Makes much more sense against Eric Haas versus Willie Castro, only about a third of the time as he shifted against as a left-handed bat. And you see why. By the way, YouTube creators in the live chat right now, loving your analysis of Gary Sanchez not booking it to first. Antonelli Baseball, former big leaguer Matt Antonelli said, "Tell him, Carlos." And then Stark Raving Sports replied, "Carlos knows what he's talking about. He was a baseball analyst on Impractical Jokers, after all." You TV star, you.
Yeah, they got me.
Sure, that's on YouTube. Runner's moving, it's fouled back. He'll go back. Haas was a 28-year-old rookie last year who hit 8 homers in his first 20 games. Burst onto the scene.
That just goes to show you, I mean, this game is very difficult, and this league will find what your weakness is and they'll exploit it. So you say, how come he couldn't keep that up for a long period of time?
So you're saying not everyone is an instant star at 22 years old?
No, it's extremely difficult to do, and to stay consistent. Look, they're going to make adjustments on the mound, and as a hitter you have to do your own adjustments. If you try to stay the same and say this is what got me here, which is something very prideful to say, you're in trouble.
Runners moving again, and that is skied. Celestino gliding over for out number 3 in the second. So Bundy works around another single, and we are heading to the bottom of the second, scoreless in Minneapolis. Tigers and Twins wrapping up a 3-game set. And here's some words from Carlos Correa on anyone critiquing the plan for Byron Buxton. They probably don't know the game of baseball. If you've got stuff to talk about our best player, probably one of the best players in the game, then you don't know what you're doing. He's a guy that wants to be out there every day. I'd rather have him for 120 than have him for 50 because he's trying to do too much. So, with that, unique poll question to start the day on YouTube, and anyone can get involved. We'd like to see you participate, and we'll get Carlos's answer in a moment. Do you agree with the Twins' load management plan for Byron Buxton? And your options are creative. Yes, keep him healthy. Option 2, unusual, but it's working. That's ball 2 to Larnach. Option 3, fine until the stretch run. And option 4, no, he's paid to play. Carlos, you answer first, and we're going to get some more on this from Brett.
Ball. You know, I really like the yes, keep him healthy. That's number 1. You have an asset, you one of the best players in baseball, but you understand that he's prone to injury. Then you have to manage his playing time. Actually, sometimes sitting out might be the best thing he can do for your team. However, I will definitely choose fine until the stretch run. Yeah, if you're in a big bind, leverage time, high leverage time of the year, maybe he does play a little bit more often.
Nice grab by Torkelson at first, and he'll take it himself. Probably a tougher hop than it appeared.
Made it look easy.
Yeah, I'm just going, yes, keep him healthy. And yeah, of course, in the stretch run, we need him to play more so every day, but especially if they make the postseason. Brett, what do you think, and what else can you add for us here?
Well, I think Rocco Baldelli has a pretty unique aspect when it comes to resting guys and trying to keep players healthy with his background. But, you know, Buxton and Carlos Correa know each other extremely well. Is it hard to believe it's been 10 years since these guys were taken 1 and 2 overall? Correa and Buxton, they were together with some pre-draft workouts. They also played together back in my homeland in the Midwest League in Cedar Rapids, in Quad City. So it's hard to believe it has been 10 years. Now, you might remember or wonder, how unique is it to have 2 guys together as teammates that were drafted 1st and 2nd overall? It's happened a couple of times. In 1985, B.J. Surhoff, Will Clark were taken 1 and 2. They both played a couple of years together with the Baltimore Orioles in '99 and 2000. In 1994, Paul Wilson was taken number 1 by the Mets. Ben Grieve by Oakland was number 2, and those guys played together with the Devil Rays. So it is unique, but it's now happened 3 times in baseball history. A couple of guys that were together coming up through the minor leagues, playing together now as teammates. 1-1 and 1-2.
Great shots right here, too. Can't believe it's already been a decade. I remember that. I mean, I was there in the draft room with Correa, and that's at MLB Network Studios in New Jersey. It's amazing.
Time flies, huh?
Too much.
It doesn't seem that long ago. Yet it is.
Exactly. Although Carlos Correa, age 27, Byron Buxton, age 28, still, I think, their best baseball ahead of them.
I think maybe that's why we think that maybe they're older than they truly are. They broke into the league at a very young age, and they were impactful immediately.
Correa has dealt with his share of injuries, but for Byron, he's only had 1 season over 100 games played. It's Urshela getting one past the infield on the left side. 1 out base hit. I would say for Carlos Correa, he's had a career's worth of accomplishments in games where you look at Byron and you're like, I think there's a lot left for him to do.
Pretty good hitting right here by Urshela, getting the barrel to the baseball. Look, this guy is an absolute gamer. I think he's going to have a very solid season with the Twins, getting the opportunity and kind of just the confidence, the nod. It's like, hey, you're going to be our guy.
3 hits yesterday for Urshela. There is, and I'm not a superstition guy, so there is a mojo situation that's starting to pick up steam, and it goes, if you're mic'd up on YouTube for the day, your bat might be feeling it. Urshela mic'd up for us today. Nick Gordon swings at a high fastball.
If I'm a player, I'm looking at those stats and saying, man, I hope I get mic'd up.
If I came to you and said, hey, first week we mic'd up a player, it was Hunter Renfroe. He homered twice. Michael Chavis last week, 2 or 3 knocks and drove in a run or 2. 3 for 4 last week for Chavis, and now Urshela's 1 for 1. Just saying.
I'm looking at that, and I'll be the first volunteer. He's like, can I get mic'd up?
Renfroe had an outfield assist in that game a couple weeks ago. There's the line for Urshela on Monday. Gordon pulled under the glove of Torkelson, and they do still get the out at first.
So that's an unusual play. Torkelson with the kind of rising right before, a little bit too soon. He read the hop and reacted a little bit too quickly. But there's that shit for you.
So that was your position, Carlos. Now, with a runner heading to second, does some of that sense of urgency on the misplay have to do with thinking about going to second base first?
Absolutely. You know that you have to hurry. At the same time, you see that the lip with the grass and the dirt meat was right there as well. It was hit pretty hard. It was a tough play. You always want to work from the ground up. seemed like Torkelson got caught in between.
Jermaine Curtis, who's our creator spotlight, we'll talk about him later, one of our YouTube creators in the live chat, said Carlos would be a great manager.
Wow, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Certainly a compliment.
It's fouled off the bat of Celestino, and it's going to leave a mark, huh?
Yeah, that got him good. As a hitter right there, you're just so upset because you didn't even mean to swing the bat, and now you put yourself in an 0-2 count.
Ball.
We'll see if Garcia unleashes the signature curveball. 1-2.
Ball.
Nope. More heat.
Talking about 2 strike approaches, right? In general, hitters are taught to expand the strike zone because you have to protect the zone. And this is exactly what pitchers take advantage of.
Ball, no. Did he?
He did not go.
That was close. I mean, right there with your mentality, you got to protect the zone. I have to protect the zone. Then you almost offered that pitch. I thought he was going to get rung up here. I think he went.
You do?
Yes. It doesn't matter what I think.
The rookie Celestino gets the call, but then strikes out. And Garcia goes fastball heavy against right-handed hitters. That's his approach, and it's working for him so far through 2 innings. No score at Target Field. Hopping into the 3rd inning at Target Field, rain has subsided. Chilly day. Baseball on a Wednesday afternoon to finish up the Tigers Twins series, and we're going to finish up our poll question soon. Sports Gaming Universe with this thought in the game commentary section. I'm going with yes, keep him healthy, because as a Twins fan, I know how much I don't like when he's injured. I would like to see him available to pinch hit more on the off days, however. Now, I'm going to counter that point because he does feel it in the knee when he's taking swings. So it's not a real day off unless he's completely off the field, as far as it was explained to us. Am I accurate there?
Absolutely. It's load management. So still, he's out there, he's exposed, he's still moving around, he's being an athlete, he's going to run the bases. So these nagging injuries and the troublesome situation with the tendonitis, it's something that just needs to be managed. It's the smart thing to do. He is your most valuable asset, or one of the most valuable assets in your ball club.
I liked the thought from Sports Gaming Universe after that, who said, can you also hand Buxton a mic to end his slump, please. Everything he is hitting is barreled. It's true. Derek Hill to short. Taylor made for Correa. He's fast and he's safe.
Wow. Okay, that was a routine ground ball to Correa. I have to watch this again. From above here, I thought it was a sure out. I mean, in here, there's really no wasted movement from Carlos. He makes the play, doesn't seem to hesitate. Maybe an extra shuffle there, but certainly does not warrant this. Talk about running out of the box the way you're supposed to. Putting pressure on the defense. And right there, we got a runner on base because of hustle, purely because of hustle.
It's an infield hit. Now, on the defensive side, Carlos Correa won the Platinum Glove last year, best overall defender in the American League. And he said one of the big differences was that he was charging the baseball, attacking it more aggressively. It didn't look like that was what we saw from him most frequently last year. I'm sure he's thinking about that right now. That's lifted to left for Larnach.
And on that particular play, he kind of sat back. Just a sign of the fact that perhaps he didn't know who was running or did not pay attention particularly. Okay, this guy runs really, really, really fast. Maybe you shorten up, certainly charge the baseball. So he was surprised here. Look, this ball is right at him. He waits back on it. So if he had to do it differently, he would have charged the ball. That was the better option.
Harold Castro pulls back on the bunt. It's a curveball that misses from Bundy. I know, especially as a shortstop, you're timing the speed of the base runner, but maybe he's not too familiar with Derek Hill. He hasn't had a ton of playing time in his career yet.
That's precisely it. Just not knowing, not being familiar with the hitter and his speed. He probably thought to himself, serious?
Yeah.
What in the world was that? 9 out of 10 guys are easily out with that type of contact. And at the position that he fielded that ball. So he probably was as surprised as we were that Hill made it to first base.
I think Hill's just making it look good for going over Gary Sanchez, not doing his best hustle to first an inning prior.
You know, this game has a way of just either exposing you. You can't hide in this game. I mean, it's unbelievable. You make an error, you don't hustle, then here comes the play. And you're like, oh my goodness, you know, now, you know, I messed that up. This game is fair in a sense. When it comes to that, very unfair in other regards, okay? Talking about Buxton hitting the ball at the button and making outs.
That's happened a couple days in a row. This was close. Over at first.
Oh,
leaning the wrong way.
He got in there. Yeah, I feel you.
He's going. And the throw is past everyone and into center field. It's a stolen bag for Harold Castro. Or make that Derek Hill. Third swipe of the year.
In this throw, Carlos Correa bluffed. And maybe that's all it takes for a runner to just say, okay, I'm going to stay on the bag. Got a great jump.
And this is why I love meeting with the managers before every game. AJ Hinch told us we have to do something differently right now just to switch it up, that spark. We actually saw the Twins play some small ball last week. The Tigers with a stolen bag. You can see they are by far worst in baseball in runs scored. He said that's part of why Daz Cameron's at the top of the lineup. They're going with some more aggressive base running tactics to try and create offense as they were shut out yesterday. Castro to the right side. That'll move the runner over. Number 2 in the 3rd.
It's a good read by Arraez, staying back right here and getting the long hop. Talking about charging the ball earlier, Arraez instead goes backwards. Watch this. He goes back because he read the long hop. That's going to be the easier play. We'll talk about people having great hands, you know, as fielders, but really the defense starts with your feet, with the way you move your feet, your footwork. It was great footwork right there.
And he's getting a lot of time at the position this year, but he's not a natural first baseman. He plays all over the place. Looking good so far today. Breaking ball strike to Scope.
And look, the first thing you do is, yes, you charge. That's your first instinct, but then you have to read the hops. And right there, Reyes is able to stay back and make the easy play. If he charges there, he would have caught in between, and the play would have become a lot more difficult than it should have been. Yeah, he's played all over the place. He's an athlete.
And here's where the Tigers lineup has really struggled. Scope with Baez on deck, both really do not do that very often. Pitch goes away, runners booking it home, and Hill is out. He thinks he wasn't touched.
Wow.
Run it back, please. Do the Tigers have their first run? Call by home plate ump Charlie Ramos is no. Did he get him?
You got to take a closer look here. I'm not sure he got tagged. He missed the tag. He ended up tagging him on his foot.
Did Hill touch the bag? Did he get home plate?
That's questionable. And look, many people at home will say, what in the world is Hill doing? Oh, I'm telling you, talk about being aggressive. I think he was safe. Looking at the replay, I know that it is not just undeniable evidence or whatever to turn this call. But take a close look here, Scott.
That pitch did not trickle far away from Gary Sanchez. He definitely got him on the back foot, but was he into the bag? So here, first time around, Carlos, you're saying no, right? Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Maybe nothing yet. Dude, I mean, he's safe, Scott. What you got?
I'm with you. I think he made it.
Okay, I must explain this. Look, the count was no balls, 2 strikes, there's 2 outs on the board. You may think that that was extremely aggressive by Hill. However, that was not a bad chance to take.
Hill's probably thinking, I shouldn't even be on base. I stole first on my infield knock on a routine ground ball to Carlos Correa. This is the kind of aggressiveness, the push it mentality that the Tigers are trying to employ with their offense in today's game. See if the strategy worked out.
A.J. Hinch talked about this earlier today. They have to make things happen on the base paths.
Long review.
This fits the bill.
And that left hand definitely touched home plate. Just asking, just making sure. It's like a court case right now.
I'm expecting a safe call here.
Okay.
And he knew it right away. He asked for this replay. He knows. He didn't feel a tag.
Here we go.
After review, the call stands. The runner is out.
He's out.
Detroit will lose its challenge.
A.J. Hinch is going to have a word because we all saw it. And the only argument I think, the only answer they could give him, it was not conclusive. It wasn't.
Well, the strings on the glove maybe touched him.
Maybe.
Does that count? And AJ Hinch knows he can't really argue too much or he'll be ejected, but the call stands. I guess not conclusive enough to give Hill the base, so we're still zeros in Minnesota.
The Twins and United Healthcare are proud to make Target Field even more welcoming and accessible. Because when we take the field, we play for everyone. Batting for the Twins, designated hitter number 25, Byron Buxton.
Back at Target Field, let's go over the Tigers starting staff, which has been decimated by injuries. Alex Vallejo to the rescue. Former first-round pick, played in the College World Series in 2017, was named the most outstanding player. Number 18 overall in 2017. Dealt with Tommy John surgery, did not pitch the last couple seasons. He is back, blazing on the mound with the Tigers, and he is our Jim Beam dugout interview, our first of the day, joining us live right now on YouTube. Alex, great to have you. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on here.
We appreciate the time, and YouTube creators know the deal. Questions that you have for Alex, ask me, and I will relay them over to him as we get going with the home third. And more from Ronnie Garcia on the mound. Obviously, Alex, I have to ask you about what we just saw. We loved the aggressiveness from Derek Hill. What was everyone saying in the dugout about that last play?
I felt like everyone in the dugout here thought he was safe. We got to see the play on the video board, a couple different angles. I didn't see him get tagged. Derek's aggressive. He's fast. I mean, I thought it was a good baseball play. I definitely thought he was safe, but I guess they saw something we didn't.
And, you know, we're going off rule book too. Tag is the action of a fielder touching a base with his body, holding the ball securely, firmly in his hand or glove. Basically, I'm just trying to get to the part where not including hanging laces alone, because it did look like maybe the laces grazed Hill's uniform, but that doesn't count. So I think you have a solid case. I guess it wasn't conclusive enough, as it's 2-2 to Byron Buxton. Anyway, let's get into your season and your journey right now. So tell us how things have been going in your big league career, including your first big league W this past weekend, which involved a number of different condiments, I think, as Buxton hard hit off the bat. I think he cracked it, and there's out number one. Did they shower you with love this weekend after your win?
Yeah, a lot of love. It was a good gathering in the locker room. They made it a very special moment for me. Everyone was really happy for me, and you know, the clubhouse is so good here. Definitely threw some items around the clubhouse on me, but it was all in good fun. You know, I wouldn't change it for anything. It was a special moment for sure.
What kind of items? Can you just give me one or two examples? Because I wanted Carlos. Carlos, here's the difference in the modern game and then what they did to you if you had, say, your first big league homer.
I'd say the two weirdest ones were a lot of baby powder, a lot of ketchup.
Goodness.
I heard there was tuna involved too, or was that at another time?
I heard that happened for Vest, Will Vest on his first save. I luckily didn't get any tuna.
Hey, Alex, I actually covered you when you were playing for the Gators over there in Florida. So it's so unbelievable that I see you. Well, not unbelievable. You had the talent, but quickly in the big leagues, already making a splash. What is the thing you missed the most out of the swamp?
Well, thank you. I mean, I feel like back at school at the University of Florida, I just feel like there's a good culture over there. I feel like, you know, you have so many fans. The university is respected academically, athletically. Like, you know, you have people all over the world keeping up with you. So, I mean, that part of the game was pretty cool, especially at the college level, like being able to have that much support and just be playing for a program like that where we won a lot of baseball games, got to the World Series 3 times. We had a special group over there.
Special indeed. You know, a couple of teammates already in the big leagues, doing great in the big leagues. Is there one in particular? We're talking about Jonathan India, you know, Pete Alonso. Any of these guys that you would like to face?
Yeah, we have a lot of guys up in the big leagues, a lot of pitchers. Luckily, I don't have to face any of them. They're really good. But too, like guys like Pete and Jonathan, they're really good ball players. They play really hard each and every day. So I just respect playing with them and then also watching them now. You know, any of those guys I'd love to face. I feel like it'd be a cool moment for us.
How would you approach Pete Alonso?
Oh, I can't give away any secrets. I don't know. We'll have to see what the scouting reports say.
We'll have to watch it live. Carlos Correa, big cut and a miss. So far, so good here in this frame from Ronnie Garcia. Bullpen day for the Tigers. All right, let's bring in at least one question here that we'll mix in from the YouTube creator crowd. Oh, Austin Kleschko wants to know more about the first big league W. He said, how did you personally celebrate that win?
I didn't do anything crazy. I just we hang out as a group outside of the field, so I mean it was definitely special getting the win, and then, you know, as a team we got the win. Everyone feels better about leaving the ballpark at the end of the day. So, you know, we have a good group of a bunch of guys that we all hang out after the games, talk about the game, and you know, getting a win in there was just special, but didn't celebrate anything crazy.
Well, Alex, your teammate Ronnie Garcia didn't give us much time to chat with you, but we appreciate it.
No,
we'll do it again soon.
He's doing good. Nice talking to you guys.
Great.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Alex Vallejo from the Detroit Tigers pitching staff joining us on YouTube, and Ronnie Garcia just breezed through the top 3 in the order for Minnesota.
Second baseman, Jonathan Scott.
Flying through the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. And flying right past the rain. It's chilly, it's windy, but it's dry now in Minnesota. And we have our first poll question complete. That's a strike to Scope. He doesn't like it. We'll go back to the results. I know that was quick for everyone. Do you agree with the Twins' load management plan for Byron Buxton? And by far the winner, yes, keep him healthy. Just nice and simple. And I'm sure many Twins fans weighing in here, and just baseball fans, just want to get as much of Byron Buxton on the field as possible. And if that means he plays, 100-ish games instead of 150 or so that you would play nowadays as an everyday regular major leaguer, I think people will take that. In on the hands, popped him up, infield. Gio Urshela put away Scope.
Yeah, it's because most of our audience, they heard about that the golden goose and the golden eggs, right? You have to take care of the golden goose. I mean, of course, he goes out there and plays, and it's just awesome to watch. He produces with the bat. He goes out and gets him out in center field. But you want him healthy, so why not do a little bit of load management to be able to accomplish that? Smart play.
Strike one to Baez. Dylan Bundy is on a roll, by the way. 42 pitches in. Hey, Brett, what else can you tell us?
Guys, we talked with Rocco Baldelli today, and he mentioned to all three of us there's a whole nother side of this game that the fans don't really understand. He knows about it. Carlos, you know about it. It's getting ready and staying healthy. That's just a huge aspect. And for Byron, it might take a little more load management, a few days off. But his manager understands that one of the key aspects is just all the work we don't see behind the scenes and the rest.
Ball.
Yeah.
Tell me you've heard the story of the golden goose.
Of course, but do we have time? I mean, the way Dylan Bundy's pace is right now in the fourth.
Oh, just, you know, I was looking at your face, and it seemed like you never heard about the golden goose and the golden egg.
Of course I have. Liner right to Urshela. A lot of action for both third basemen this afternoon. I'm just saying that in today's world, Carlos, we are so fortunate to have Google to look that up. So I'm not going to recite the whole story to everyone. The reason I looked at you that way with the funny face was Javi Baez chasing a pitch way outside of the zone, not on that swing, but a couple swings back. And the point I wanted to make was, it's just thinking about what AJ Hinch said about the lineup seeking some identity. I think it's very difficult when you have a 3 and a 4 hitter that swing at just about everything. Maybe, what do you think about separating those two in the lineup? Candelario popped up a bunt into the seats.
Well, thinking about separating them, it's like the last resort. I don't understand why a hitter wouldn't just approach things differently, adjust their strategy. That's the better path, instead of saying these guys can't change, this is what we have, we're just gonna have to separate them. How about just being a responsible professional and finding a way to make it work? And they have to revise their strategy, no doubt about it.
But they're veterans, especially, you say, look at Javi Baez in the 1 year where he finished in second place in MVP voting, I believe it was 2018 with the Chicago Cubs. He did have an ounce of plate discipline added to his hitting profile, and it made all of the difference. And Joe Madden would even joke about it as his manager back then, like he had a 2-walk game, and he said, hey, send the second baseball to Cooperstown.
Look, you don't want to take away from his aggressiveness. That's understandable, because that's part of what he brings to the game. But you can kind of maybe direct that aggressiveness to an area. I'm looking for a middle away fastball. Go ahead, stay aggressive out there. Let's say you're looking for a middle in pitch. Yes, be aggressive in this zone, as aggressive as you want.
Dylan Bundy's been all over the zone. That one just missed.
But when you're trying to cover the entire plate, the entire zone, you're going to hurt yourself. And we see it over and over and over again. How much pain is enough pain to make the adjustment? And I say this from experience.
Well, 6 years, 140 million for Baez this offseason. Would disagree with you. Just saying. Wow. Candelario working a walk. Bundy trying to get him to chase, and he thought he had strike 3. I think he's talking about it now. He was getting ready to walk back to the dugout on that fastball that just missed inside.
You know, you bring up a great point, because you think to yourself, hey, I got paid to do what I do, so why would they expect me to switch it up? But then I'm going to turn around and say, hey, as professional athletes, we have pride, and it does not feel good to go out there every day and not perform up to our potential. And when you struggle that mightily, you have to say to yourself, I need to change something.
if anything, I would say the contract gives you security to work on your game and make sure that the long-term plan is intact. It's just, can you change a hitter's mentality late in his career? I do think the answer is yes, and I think a perfect example is Yuli Gurriel last year. Started taking walks like a champ, and he's in his mid to upper 30s.
The perfect example is David Ortiz. David Ortiz finished his career, and you're like, wait a second, this guy could have played for 5 more years and still be productive. The truth of the matter is, his bat speed was slower, he was aching.
And Torkelson will ground out to end the top half of the 4th. Still a scoreless game here. Gio Urshela all smiles. He's getting a lot of work, a lot of exercise. Chris Archer will join us after this mid-4 break.
Can we talk about the weather? Yes. Good. Today is Care 11 Weather Day at Target Field. So we have weather-related questions. Question number 1. What is the coldest recorded game time temperature in Twins history? Folks, what do you think? Sarah? 27. It's 27. That's cold. Minnie? Let's find out. That's exactly right. 27 degrees, April 7, 2018. You've got a lot to work with now at this point. That's the coldest game time temperature in Twins history. How about the warmest game time temperature recorded at Twins game at Target Field? Folks, what do you think? Sarah? 102. That'd be high. 102. Show me.
Three nice scoreless innings from Ronnie Garcia. He'll work the last of the 4th against the Twins offense in just a moment while we show you some of the standout rookies in Major League Baseball. Bobby Witt Jr. of the Royals, Julio Rodriguez. He is fast as lightning too. I know he's got pop in the bat. Number of very talented, exciting rookies in Major League Baseball we're excited to see. And we're watching one of them today, and Spencer Torkelson, and I think the power is going to really click for him coming very soon. So in this game specifically, which player has the best shot to win AL Rookie of the Year? As Garcia pumps another strike there against Max Kepler, it's Torkelson, Joe Ryan, who's actually just placed on the COVID IL, and Joan Duran, who is a standout closer out of the bullpen for the Minnesota Twins. And I know the perfect person to ask this to, our Jim Beam dugout interview, Chris Archer, hanging around with us here in the bottom of the 4th. Chris, awesome to talk to you. It's been a minute. How you doing?
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm really happy to be on with both of you guys. I don't know if you know this, but Pena was very huge in my big league development, specifically my first start in the big leagues. So really fun to be on with both of you guys.
Awesome. I'll get your answer to the poll question in a sec, but wait, can I get more on that story, Carlos?
He's being extremely generous.
No, I'm not. Carlos probably doesn't remember because he played for a long time, and this was in the middle of when he was doing some really special things with the bat. But in 2012, I made my first start against the Washington Nationals, and things sped up on me a little bit. He came and made a mound visit, and he was like, look, remember, don't think about the name on the back of the jersey. Think about the name on the front of the jersey. You're pitching for the Tampa Bay Rays. You're a big leaguer, just like that person in the box. And from that point on, I dealt, and my career's been pretty good since that point.
Hey, buddy, I mean, I definitely remember that, okay? And the time that I spent with you over there, ever since then, I became a fan of yours. So wherever you've been, I'm always pulling for you. So trust me, I do remember those days. Those were great. Now, I'm honored that you think that was instrumental in your career, by the way.
Oh, without a doubt, man. I mean, like I said, it was my first start in the big leagues. I'm not going to forget much about that. And you pulling me to the side, even after the inning, I gave up a couple runs. Even after the inning, you reminded me who I was and what I was capable of, and that I was on the same level with these other guys, because it was when Bryce Harper was a rookie, or maybe 2 years in, and Steven Strasburg was on the mound that day, and you reminded me, hey, you're on the same field as them. You're just as good. You're equally as talented as these guys. Go attack them, and it really, really helped.
I wasn't wrong, Scott.
No. Here he is now, many years later, as that is going to hit the seats off the bat of Gary Sanchez after the Max Kepler strikeout. There's a lot of questions from the YouTube creators. Let's just finish the poll question, too. What do you think? I mean, I know, obviously, you can pick your own team here. Just of the guys we're watching today, the best rookie, how does Duran and Joe Ryan look in your mind right now?
Those guys are really, really special. Right now, it would be hard to choose one. But out of the three you named, I'm definitely going to be biased to the guys on our team. Duran throws 103 with nasty off speed, which you don't see. And Joe Ryan has some really, really special stuff that comes out of his hand as well. So it's really take your pick. Do you like the multi-inning back end option, or do you value the starting pitcher that can give you depth more? That's really what it would come down to.
I'm with you. I think those are two of the front runners right now. Some of the other names we showed you, that, you know, slow-ish starts. Obviously, it's going to come around for guys like Bobby Witt, Julio Rodriguez. We're talking to Chris Archer in the dugout right now. So let's bring in some questions from YouTube creators for you, Chris. So, sports gaming universe, Chris, how are you adjusting to life in the Twin Cities, and then offering some advice here? I swear it gets warmer, even though there hasn't been a ton of evidence so far to back that up. Great to have you on the team. There's the message. But how's life in Minneapolis?
Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. I like the city a lot. It's a sneaky good food city, which I know Carlos would appreciate.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there are some really, really nice lakes. We've had some good days, so I've seen the potential, and I'm looking forward to more of that throughout the summer.
Austin Kleshka says, hey, Chris, what are you doing different on start day? Any pregame routines or rituals that differentiate that day for you versus the rest?
Start day, I try to keep as normal as possible. You know, I try to get a good night's sleep the night before.
Oh, that is crushed off the bat of Larnach. And Upper Tank City. 2-run shot, Twins lead it 2-0.
That's really nice to see from him. He was on the IL for a 2-week stretch, and that was the best swing that he's taken since he's come off the IL.
Woo. He's a big boy, and he went out there where the big boys go. Great swing, getting to that pitch.
I mean, Chris, you weren't kidding. 112 miles an hour off the bat.
Goodness.
Carlos, I was giving the exit velo over your line. Go for it one more time.
You know, I interrupt. I interrupt myself.
Hey, this team's really good, Chris. Fun to watch. I've obviously especially been focusing on them the last week or so, as this is our game of the week. So small ball-ish at times last week, and we're seeing the power this week. Buxton is incredible in center field. What do you think of this team and their identity right now?
Yeah, I mean, we play whatever game we need to play. We have some more contact-driven guys. We do have guys who can lay a bunt down. We saw that last week, and we have guys who can leave, and we have guys who can leave that maybe, you know, the traditional baseball fan hasn't heard of, like Lornick. He's making a name for himself, though. But you know, we have Garlick, we have Lornick, but we also have Correa, we have Buxton. We have guys who can do some things, and I even like what Nicky G has been doing with the bat lately. Let's see if he can continue his little nice swing streak lately.
Yeah, Nick Gordon in the 8 spot, playing some second base today. He plays all over the diamond. Talking to Chris Archer here as he's bringing a little good luck mojo to the team as well. First runs on the board here in the game. It's 2-0.
Arch, I was just thinking, you know, looking at the bullpen and all that, and you just mentioned Ryan, you mentioned Duran. These guys come to you, don't they? I mean, I could almost bet that was the case, but how much of that is going on, and you kind of passing the baton and kind of like showing them how to do it in the big leagues?
Yeah, so we have a really, really nice dynamic of young and old, of youth and veteran. Tyler Duffy's been around. He's been with the Twins for a long time. But Joe Smith, he's 38 years old. He has 15+ years in the big leagues. So the bullpen guys are good. They're in good hands with those guys. See, Carlos, you see that pass? That pass right there was really nice by Nicky G. We've been seeing that a lot the last probably 4 to 5 games that he's played. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Healthy hacks, man.
Yes, sir.
Hacks. Just give yourself a chance, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Be
sir.
on time to hit, and he was certainly on time for that one.
Yes, sir. But the starters, we have a nice collection of guys. And I would say the older guys, get out of here. All right, nice. The older guys are learning from the younger guys, and the younger guys are learning from the older guys. And we have a great pitching coach in Wes Johnson here, who's really about creating that family bond with the pitching staff. I see and feel a lot of similarities to back in 2012, Carlos, when it was Matt Moore, Cobb, Helly, myself, and David Price, James Shields. I see a lot of comparisons with that group.
Chris, I say this every time we talk, pretty much can't wait. You got a long ways to go still, but can't wait to have you in the booth someday.
You're the best, man. You're the best,
We
brother.
appreciate it. Great to catch up, Chris. We appreciate the time.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Take care.
Chris Archer with us in the Twins dugout as his team vaults ahead. Trevor Larnach, look out. 112 off the bat with authority. 2-0, home team.
Gracie Graybuck with the win. 230 feet traveled in 19.5 seconds. That's pretty good. That's in the highlights though. The numbers between home run from last inning.
YouTube content creator in the live game commentary section. Our creator spotlight shines on former big leaguer Jermaine Curtis, and there's a first pitch curveball dropped into Willie Castro. I'd like to point out Jermaine, first of all, is a former big leaguer, and he's been, I think, one of the comment section MVPs through the first quarter of the season that we've had, often referring to some of his lines in the game commentary section. There's a bunt to Bundy, backhand, and cannot make the throw in time. It's kind of fading back, and it's an infield hit for Willie Castro, a bunt hit.
That was nice right there. I mean, it's going to be a very tough play for Bundy. He threw off balance and was not able to get him. This is what A.J. Hinch was talking about earlier in the game today, that they want to create havoc in the base paths. Well, this is a perfect example of that. Just making things happen, playing little ball. They know they're not going to outslug teams throughout the league. This is a good start.
Yeah, they are attempting to create, still scoreless. I'll show you part of the reason why in a moment, as this is Eric Haas, and Dylan Bundy's really working in the off-speed pitches now. The breaking ball catches the corner. There's your bunt.
This was beautifully executed. It was very tough to throw him up. Number one, he runs well. He knows that. If he knew he was able to place this ball in that area where Bundy had to move to his right, by the way, when he delivers the baseball, he falls to the left. He knew he was going to be safe. This is the best, the perfect way to start the inning. They're trying to create some, hopefully it'll materialize into a run, but creating havoc in the base paths.
Fifth bunt hit for the Tigers as a team this year, second best in the American League. That's a protected swing from Eric Haas that better off hitting the bat than taking out another Detroit player, as they've really been bit by injuries, especially to the starting staff so far this year. Part of the reason why Detroit is 14-28, although when we talk to many around the team, they go, oh, we just need to score runs.
Yes, and AJ Hinch was very quick to say, hey, it's not because of our injuries. We're not making excuses. We're not swinging the bat well.
Ball.
But even further than that, he was talking about the approach at the plate. Forget about the result. He says that the process is not where it needs to be. And we've seen that already today.
Hinch in his second season managing a Tigers team building their way back up. AJ actually played with Detroit with you, right? 2003, I think, was the year. And I don't want to tell you how many
tough year
losses there were on the ledger. I believe it was 119.
What? Is that even possible?
It happened. Some Tigers fans watching right now are going, can you stop it? Focus on 2022.
Now this team is way, much better than that team.
I think they're much better than their record shows right now. And the one thing you can point to also, Carlos, is last year the Tigers were off to a miserable start. And then in early May, 68-61 the rest of the year. We're a little deeper into the season this time around, but there's still a lot coming for Detroit. We spent a good 5-6 minutes talking about my favorite prospect on this team, Riley Green, who broke his foot in spring training, and he looks like he is going to be a superstar in the bigs. Outfielder, former first-round pick. Haas strikes out. Good timeout called by the Twins to talk things over on the game plan with Bundy.
This pitch right here, he actually pulled it a little bit, able to get by. You're talking about missing spots, right? No one says, oh, he missed his spot on that one because Haas swung through it, but he missed by 2 feet and still good result.
His second strikeout of the day, and here's Hill. Infield single first time around. Tried to lay down a bunt.
And here's him bunting, trying to make things happen.
That's right. Here, more on Riley Green, the number 5 overall pick in 2019. Big signing bonus, number 2 prospect according to MLB.com. That's overall in all of baseball. And a Futures Game selection, the Tigers minor league player of the year. He's an all-around player too. Not many flaws in the game. The fractured right foot back on April 1st, late in spring training, prevents him from being on the big league club right now, but I would say maybe mid-season you might see him up here with the big league squad providing a burst of offense. Brett, I'm excited for Riley Green. As you can tell, I brought him up earlier. I wanted to make sure I dropped the name today so that someday fans watching globally can go, yeah, I remember hearing about Riley Green before he was something big.
Well, there's no doubt about that. In fact, I think AJ said there are dudes and there are dudes, and Green was a dude in his classification. But I was touched when he mentioned at the end of spring training, he felt like the entire team, veterans and all, were demoralized when they heard the news of the injury because they were relying on this youngster to give this team really an infusion of everything in that clubhouse, guys.
It's 2 strikeouts in the inning for Bundy, 1 swinging and Derek Hill looking, and yeah, it limits the length of the lineup. And I know you didn't know what to expect from a rookie, but when he's that highly touted and he's done so much damage both in spring training and even in summer camp with the team a couple years ago in 2020 when he had the weird startup in the major league ballparks for everybody to work together. I mean, he stood out from all the major leaguers.
He's impressive all around. His entire game.
Ball.
And has this electric energy. So I was not surprised when AJ talked about the veterans actually being extremely bothered by the possibility of not having him in the lineup. They were counting on him.
You could see number 3 overall. That's because Torkelson was ranked 2 heading into the season. Now he has shed the prospect status, so Second best prospect according to MLB Pipeline. Riley Green coming soon. Runners moving, and Daz Cameron fouls that one back. Daz, also a former first-round pick in 2015, acquired in 2017 in the Justin Verlander deal, and that's the reason why you trade for a guy like Daz Cameron, who has big league lineage. Dad Mike played in the bigs for 17 years. He was hooking up Alex Baeta with the catch of the week. He was given the award.
Yeah, he looked like his father right there. You saw him actually time that ball right before the wall, kind of hesitated a little bit, waited, and then went for it.
And he swings through the 1-2, tipped back into Gary Sanchez's glove, and it's 3 strikeouts in the 5th for Dylan Bundy. 4 on the day, and a shutout day so far for the Twins pitching staff.
That's who's due up, courtesy of Truly on Deck. And the drive plays to watch the games also courtesy of Truly on Deck inside of, well, Truly on Deck. Up the right field. Great place to catch the game. Grab a bite. All sorts of food options, including new Italian grill sandwich, which is available at Truly on Deck, as well as great beverage options with Truly outside. Pitching for the Tigers, number 58, Willie Peralta.
Hey, bring your friends to the one spot with all of your favorite free MLB games. Play Beat the Streak, Quick Pick, and more. Visit MLB.com/play and download MLB Play today. Also stream out-of-market regular season games live or on demand, plus MLB Big Inning and select pregame and postgame coverage. Visit MLB.tv for details. Scotty Braun, Carlos Pena, Brett Dolan. YouTube Game of the Week poll question number 2 is complete. And thanks to all for participating. Which player has the best shot to win AL Rookie of the Year? Joe Ryan, 50% of the pie in this one. He is fun to watch. He is a great interview too. We'll talk to him for a future Twins game. He's on the COVID IL, is not feeling too well. Willie Peralta is going to take over for Ronnie Garcia, who was mostly great, besides the one blemish coming in the last inning, a 2-run shot from Trevor Larnach, and that's the difference in the ball game right now. Willie Peralta, long-time veteran pitcher in the big leagues. You might have faced him actually, and the ERA is nice and shiny at 104 on the year out of the bullpen for Detroit. He does that still, 96 with paint.
Unbelievable. Well, Peralta taking care of his body, staying in shape, and still contributing to his ball club. He certainly has the tools necessary to add to this pitching staff. 97.
Last seen on Monday, 1 scoreless inning, picked up a strikeout. Little chip shot, shallow center. Derek Hill. 1 away in the 5th.
That was a great sequence right there, specifically those last 2 pitches, the 2-seamer and the outer part of the strike zone. Then he followed up with the slider, and that's how you get those swings, because that slider tunneled off of the previous pitch, the sinker. So you can see this slider looks like the previous sinker that he took for a strike.
And it's impossible for you as a hitter to recognize it. They look exactly the same until it's too late. That's how you induce weak contact.
.97 at the belt to Buxton. I mean, Willie Peralta made a nice little comeback to the big leagues last year on a minor league contract. Made 18 starts with the team, ERA in the low 3 range. Wasn't striking many batters out. Now coming out of the bullpen, stuff is playing up and picking up the punch outs. Buxton lines one up to left. Does it have enough to get to the wall? It does not. Willie Castro is on it. I mean, almost every baseball off Buxton's bat right now is heading to the wall. It's just not getting over.
That ball was absolutely crushed, and that's all you can do as a hitter. By the way, I just complimented Peralta on the nice sequence, the at-bat before. Well, that one was not so good, and Buxton made him pay for it. Of course, this game is hard, man. You hit the ball hard right at people.
Let's bring in Brett for more on Luis Arraez.
Well, guys, I walked into the ballpark last night. I cruised by the Rod Carew statue. It's that distinctive crouch. Well, Carew feels an affinity with Arraez. And in fact, on Friday night, Rod was back in Southern California watching Arraez. Felt like he was too upright. Passed along a note through broadcaster Dick Bremer for him to crouch over more, much like Carew. Well, Arraez had a big game Saturday, 2 hits last night, including a near home run. Must be nice to have a Hall of Famer as a swing consultant, right?
That's awesome. And sometimes he's received those comps, and I know that's super high praise, but there is a little bit of Rod Carew in his game.
Yeah, the style is certainly similar. The way that, yeah, he's crouching now and looks even closer to Carew. But Carew had such a knack to get the barrel to the baseball. One of the best that ever played the game as far as that's concerned.
Rod's been asked, hey, do you see a little Luis Arraez or I would say, let's reverse it. That's over to first, and that's going to do it for the inning. Let's clean this up. Do you see a little Rod Carew in Luis Arraez? And he said, absolutely. On one hop, bounces out this time. His team leads 2-0 through 5.
Coordinated Business Systems represents the countdown to Cooperstown. Please add twins of the season ticket holders to Sporting St. Richard Socktown from Albertville. Then available games so Jim Con, Tony Oliva are inducted into baseball's Hall of Fame. All right, review that number, Richard. Just review that number. Yep, just pull it out. There you got it. Well, today is considered official. 51 games left until induction day. And you can be a part of it. Travel packages are available for the Hall of Fame induction. Jim Conn's already at Cooperstown through Sports Travel Tours. You can join everyone. Go to TwinsBaseball.com/National HOF.
We're a friendly broadcast. We like to give you some say. So you have the power to choose the YouTube player of the game. And these, I would call them lucky winners, these successful trophy receivers from the past year have big smiles. Byron Buxton won last year at one point. So did Jorge Polanco. And he even said, I love this trophy because I watch so much YouTube. So when we get close to the end, voting will open and we'll see who receives the hardware. It might be Dylan Bundy. I mean, he still looks like he has a lot left in the tank, Carlos. 67 pitches into his day. Strikes all over the plate right now. 49 strikes out of the 67. And he struck out the side in the 5th.
There it is again. Attacking the strike zone. Again,
and again and again. He throws 89 miles per hour, tops out around 90, maybe 91. He's not afraid to pitch inside. He's not afraid to elevate the baseball.
Oh. Is he what you'd call a frustrating at bat? Because if you're watching from the dugout and you're talking to your friends and you're going, 89, I'm waiting for a fastball and I'm going to blow it away. It just hasn't happened much, especially today, of course. One of the softest tossers in Major League Baseball. I mean, he used to throw mid-90s, but that's back in like the 2016 range. Now he has learned to be crafty, seasoned, baseball IQ, and the pitchability is off the charts.
There you go. Pitchability, baseball IQ, the crafty description pretty much fits him.
That is crushed by Harold Castro, heading back to the seats and gone. The Tigers cracked the scoreboard. It's Harold Castro with 2 strikes against him going long.
I think you jinxed him.
I don't believe in that.
That was very good hitting. You know, I would like to see that sequence again, but that fastball was very nicely located. I would like to see that replay right here. Here we go. This pitch, maybe a little bit more too much plate, but still in the inner part of the strike zone, elevated. So sometimes you got to give the hitter credit. Castro put a very good swing on that ball. It's not necessarily a bad pitch by Bundy. It's been working all night. Check that out. I mean, that pitch is elevated. It's in the inner part of the plate. He's been getting late swings on that one. Sometimes you just have to tip your cap.
Second home run of the season for Castro, 10th of his career. I mean, it was timely. We were just talking about the heater. It's like, wait, how come that doesn't get squared up? Nicely explained by you.
Stop.
Scope. Fishing. He didn't want to get tagged.
Wow.
Oh, that turned into a nice souvenir, too.
You gotta love that sound, though. I think I'm gonna make a mixtape. Just record cracks of the bat, you know. Then just kind of randomly play it throughout the day.
It exists. It's already made for you. I'll show you during the break.
Thank you.
Baez fouls one back.
Baez has had a really tough time just narrowing down his approach. Instead of trying to cover the entire strike zone, how about focusing in an area, elevating your sights, getting ready early enough to get to it. Just kind of like simplify everything. That's 91 and it's by him.
StatCast powered by Google Cloud. This has been the plan against Javi Baez. I mean, a ton of breaking balls because he's not doing damage against them this year compared to in the past, and they are going after him low and away, and it's working.
And we have to assume that that's the pitch right there, the off speed, low and away. And a lot of times you're like, okay, why is he swinging at that? It's a matter of approach. First of all, he's late on the fastball, and when you're late on the fastball, you rush. When you rush, you're not able to recognize pitches. So you swing at pitches out of the zone, you chase.
Ball.
And Bundy wanted that one. I think he had a good case. Curveball is ball 2. There's your whiff percentage against breakers. You go back to it again here.
He's got room.
Heater in.
It's actually a very good decision right there. Following the off speed. Challenge him up and in. And now he's got him set up to throw that slider once again in the low and away part of the zone.
Sanchez set up low and away, and Baez will swing for it, and it turns into an infield hit. Beats the throw, and Arraez tried to get him with the tag on his way, but he evades all of that, and it's a 1-out base runner in the 6th for Detroit.
You see the type of swing right here, Scott. I mean, he's out in front. He knows he's got to rush and hurry to the fastball. Then he gets the off-speed pitch, precisely where you were pointing out that they're pitching him, puts it in play, but it was not strongly hit. Just a tough throw right here, and he makes it to first base.
That's an error against Urshela. Baez hustling down the line. The one thing I will say, and we've discussed this with Javi Baez mostly off the air, and strike one to Candelario. He's behind it. He's swinging at pitches outside of the zone, so they're turning into results like that. This time successful, but as you talked about during his last at-bat, if he waits for something that he can really destroy, that's when you see the MVP caliber version of Javi Baez.
And look, we know that doesn't have to be too much, just a little bit of that. If you sprinkle a little bit of discipline into his approach, then the results are astronomical. They're MVP caliber results. So maybe a conversation needs to be had. It's just very difficult when you're in the middle of it, right? I am emotionally removed, so I'm up here just watching the game, and it's easy for me to say, change your strategy. But it is precisely what he needs to do. And he needs to do it soon.
2 strikes on Candelario. It's wasted away. There's the deal signed on the 30th of November, just shy of his, I believe it was his 29th birthday. Yeah, 1 day before his birthday.
And the idea is this, Scott. It's just, as a player, you want to see which way you could optimize your skill. That is all you need to do. As a ball player, you have to think to yourself, okay, this is what I do right. This is what I can do. I have a quick bat. I got power. How do I optimize my skill? Well, as a hitter, sitting pitches, sitting areas, eliminating half the zone, maybe picking halves, maybe picking quadrants. As long as you get the principle correctly, you know, we allow you to take care of the strategy, but find a strategy that's going to optimize your skill. Seems like Javi right now has it backwards.
Candelario is tied up. That's the 6th strikeout for Dylan Bundy. That should do it. You're like, wait, only 85 pitches, and he's mostly been on a roll. He's still building back from the COVID IL.
That pitch right there, slightly inside elevated. That's the same pitch that was thrown where Castro hit that home run.
Dylan Bundy receives a nice ovation from the crowd in Minnesota. What a day for him against the Tigers. Griffin Jacks takes over for the Minnesota Twins pitching staff, which has been rolling recently after Sonny Gray dealt 10 strikeouts and 7 scoreless last night. Dylan Bundy said, I'll follow that as best as I can. Doesn't go as deep, but that's mostly because he went just 3 innings last time around, Carlos, but he was all over the zone, working the full menu against the Tigers.
He was very effectively efficient, as we talked at the beginning of the game. Really attacking the zone, inducing contact, and when you do that, you're going to run into some strikeouts as well. 90 miles per hour with the fastball, and he was so aggressive with it.
And now it's Griffin Jacks taking over with 2 outs and 1 on in the 6th. 1 run in this inning for Detroit. Harold Castro punished a Bundy pitch to right field. Baez reached on an E5, and now strike 1 to Torkelson from Jacks. And there's another. You can see the line so far this year for Torkelson isn't pretty. Just 4 extra base hits in his first 29 games, and then 4 more extra base hits in his next 8. So we're starting to see more of the sweet spot contact off the bat.
Ball. Non-competitive slider there. He had it set up for it, but he was not able to tunnel it behind the fastball that took for a strike.
That's the primary pitch for Jacks. Slider 48% of the time.
Kind of spikes it here. Pull it to his glove side.
He's using that slider much more frequently this year than last year.
And Torkelson right here late on the fastball. Rudy Jaramillo, hitting coach, very famous hitting coach. You should tell us that with 2 strikes we needed to get ready even earlier. And as a matter of fact, he would encourage us to look for pitches inside because it helped us get ready for the fastball.
Ball.
And consequently, Scotty, when you're ready for the fastball, you see the off speed better. You're able to recognize it. Seems like Torkelson has been, it's a little bit late right now when he loads in general.
He might have been a bit too passive at the beginning of the season, and his swing percentage has upped, and so has his success at the dish in the past week. It's finding that balance of spitting at pitches versus just doing some damage.
As you know, Scotty, I love talking hitting, and sometimes when we go up to the plate and you wait to see the ball to react, you're going to be caught on the late side. So it's not, I'm going to go out there guessing. You go out there hunting. If you're hunting for a fastball in their innermost or in the inner quadrant of the strike zone, then you're going to load early enough to hit it, and you will not be late then. If you're waiting to see it, then I hate to break it to you, Scott, but we're not as good as we think in reacting. At reacting, we're not that good. We don't react as well as we think we do. So hitters need to pick zones and get ready for those zones. Hunt those pitches.
This is pitch number 9 of the matchup. Runners moving.
Ball.
That's ball 4.
So we can sit here and say, hey, that was a great at bat. He worked the count, he fouled a bunch of pitches off, and finally he has a walk. However, let's go through the sequence here. All right, that pitch right there wasn't a strike, so he took it. But how about that one? That one's a good hitting pitch. He took it for a strike. That was a non-competitive slider. How about that fastball right there? So I have 2 fastballs already that he could have hit, and instead fouled them off.
It's pretty good, tough right there fighting, and then he ends up walking here. But he's still fighting, but we counted 2 fastballs that he wished he had back. So you're like, oh, great at bat, right? Well, if we go and reassess, I got 2 fastballs to hit, and I was late on both of them. I'll take the walk, but I much rather would have liked a line drive in the gap somewhere.
So future Spencer Torkelson, timing is right. That's a double or a homer.
That is correct. We know what he can do with the bat.
Music to Tigers fans.
He's impressive. I mean, Torkelson is a very impressive rookie. I've seen him when he was playing
Arizona Fall League. We've done games with him. Yep.
But even if we go back to his amateur days, it was just impressive to see what was coming. So I have no doubt in my mind he's going to be a star.
Legendary numbers at Arizona State.
Unbelievable.
He's on along with Baez. Willie Castro in an 0-2 hole. 2 singles today for the switch hitting left fielder.
Ball.
You know, Neil Bohr, a Danish physicist, a Nobel Prize winner, used to say that, hey, in order for you to be an expert at something, you have to fail at it in every way possible. Well, if that's the case, then I'm an expert at hitting. Because, yes, I did have some success, but boy, you know, I really had some tough times. And now, even from being an analyst, I can tell you timing is the #1 most important thing in hitting, period.
Willie Castro times that up. It's to center. Celestino backs up. Gloves it. And that'll complete the top of the 6th. Harold Castro for 1. And the Tigers are on the board. It's 2-1. Tight game in Minnesota. They lead 2-1, and our next poll question has just 2 options. We're matching up Correa and Baez. Which shortstop would you rather have for the rest of their career? Both were off-season signings. I know Twins fans are loving the early looks they're getting at Carlos Correa, and he did spend a little bit of time on the shelf, a couple weeks, but he's back with a vengeance. Swings looking fresh right now, and Baez is signed up for 6 years with Detroit. He does have an opt-out after year 2, but could be with this Tigers franchise for a long time. So nice and simple here. Get involved. The poll is up. Participate on any device you're watching with. Correa gets one pass, and I think he's trying to help sway the boat right now as he picks up his 2nd hit of the day, and it's a double in the 1st, now a single in the 6th. Carlos, I have a feeling I know who you're going with here.
I'm going to have to say Carlos Correa. I think he has
He will give me longevity, and by that I don't mean even health-wise. I'm talking about production-wise. I think his approach at the plate is a lot cleaner, a lot more precise. You will see Correa choke up on the bat at any given moment, depending on how he's feeling. You'll see him shorten up, even his stride, even his leg kick, depending on who's on the mound. The difficulty with Baez is that he doesn't do that too well. And when time comes that you were mentioning the bat speed slows down, maybe the skills diminish, will he be able to make the adjustments to stick around and still be productive?
I'm right there with you. That was the conversation. We knew the poll question was coming, so we were talking about it. During the quick break we had, the process for Carlos Correa is advanced. And hey, you can tell the world, how is your bat speed at age 25 versus 35? Is it the same?
Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, you know, before one of those innings ended really, really quickly, I was giving you the example of David Ortiz. David retired having an unbelievable season. I believe that he had over 300, hit 30 home runs. You know, Hall of Famer David Ortiz. Wow, yeah. Maybe his bat never slowed down. Hold on a minute. It did. He lost his bat speed. His body was aching. He was hurting every single day. But the man is an absolute master at making adjustments.
And he went out on top. So you're saying, I mean, yes, he was able to adjust. His pitch recognition improved a lot as his career went on, right? But also, maybe the next year would not have been as fruitful for David. So, I mean,
well, he used to tell me, man, I feel like
to
I'm
the finish
swinging.
line.
Well, I'll tell you that from the conversations I had with him, he would say stuff like, I feel like I'm swinging underwater. I'm like, you're joking. I was like, no, I'm serious. I just don't feel like I have the whip in my bat. But he will find a way to get the barrel to the baseball. That's what I'm talking about. How? Eliminating pitches, eliminating parts of the strike zone, and focusing on in an area that he could dominate. Is that whole entire thing about being the jack of all trades, master of none, right? David Ortiz chose to be the master of, in this at bat, that middle in fastball. On the next at bat, off speed out over the plate, etc., etc. This depending on the situation and depending on who was on the mound. He became the master of something. He dominated that area. That's what I would like to see Baez do. It's hard to get him on board and convince him.
This is Sanchez after the Kepler strikeout. Correa singled to start the Twins half of the sixth, and I'm interested to see from our YouTube creators, very intellectual, what their responses look like, and they can provide some evidence and some backup sentences to their selection. So I'll read some of them as they come in.
Look forward to it.
Gary Sanchez pulled that one. Let's match up Correa and Baez. Also, Correa has the age advantage, which is always going to help if you're picking a player for the rest of his career, and that's the poll question, 27 versus 29. The other part that we didn't mention yet that I think is important to match them up with, defense. Now, I think Correa has improved significantly as a defender. Baez has been elite at the position for years. I mean, the range, the tagging ability is unlike, I think, what we've ever seen from someone. Now there's your underwater swing. Sanchez strikes out, but Correa has improved a ton on D. Won his first Gold Glove last year and the Platinum Award winner in that category as well, Brett.
Well, it certainly has. I think the one thing, guys, that we need to discuss with Correa is the fact that his Aprils are usually a little bit slow. He will say that he is searching at times with the bat. Remember, this guy did not even get into a spring training game until March 27th. He had 20 plate appearances. So you talk about coming to Minnesota, playing in the cold in April off very limited at bats in the month of March in spring training. Maybe June and July might be some huge months for him for his season to take off, both offensively and, of course, what he always does defensively.
That's a good call. Trevor Story had single-digit at-bats, and how was his first month of the season? I mean, he wasn't there, and now he's close to double-digit home runs in the last week and a half.
It's been amazing to see Trevor just put it on gear, high gear.
That's where Trevor Larnach was in his last at-bat in the 4th. It's still the difference in the contest. A 2-run blast.
You can say placata. I
Oh,
give you
that's yours.
permission.
That's
No,
yours.
You can say placata.
On the next one.
You can say it.
Okay. On the next one.
Oh! I felt you tiptoeing your way around that statement.
All right, I'll
Placata!
StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Placata.
Tell you,
Mine was a little angry.
Yeah,
431 feet.
You can make it whichever way you want to, but make no mistake about it, that ball was pulverized.
And so was that. It was up the middle. A laser.
I mean, that's the way you hit the baseball, right? Right back up the middle. Squirted out perfectly.
I like his swing, Carlos.
It's very clean. And look, talking about timing, that's what happens when you give yourself enough time to hit. That swing right there is totally unobstructed. So in other words, you're maximizing your mechanics. You're optimizing your mechanics. Because usually what happens when you're late or when you're off time is that you will modify your mechanics in order perhaps to create space, create time. You collapse backwards to try to get the barrel to the baseball. But immediately you diminish your mechanics and the potential of hitting for power, certainly. And from just getting the barrel to the baseball. It's just not as clean.
Well, the 2 hardest hit balls of the day belong to Trevor Larnach. Trevor's just back from the IL, had an adductor strain. 24 years old. Urshela spins one to right, heading to the wall, and a leaping catch is made by Cameron. Daz Cameron is all over it. That would have brought home 2. Instead, the lead still remains 1 for Minnesota. Well, Mr. Catch of the Week can handle right field as well. Got it. Times the jump. 6th the landing. And Willie Peralta deals a scoreless 6th. 2-1. Urshela and the Twins lead at 2-1. They're thinking sweep on this Wednesday afternoon, and he's also talking all day long.
How you doing, brother? Hey, how you doing, bro? You good?
Good, how are you?
Good, bro. Yes, sir. Thank you, Robbie. Yep. You're the man.
So polite. And seems like a very happy guy.
Looks like he's having a lot of fun out there.
Especially in the past week. Very clutch, late hitting for the Twins. They're winning some close games lately. And this team has won 6 in a row.
How can we forget when he came up with the Yankees and how instrumental he was in that ball club and how he exploded onto the scene. Twin fans hoping that they could get a little bit of that, right? And right here he's showing flashes.
Ball and a strike on Eric Haas. It's 1-2, and Urshela almost drove in 2 runs just a few minutes ago. Daz Cameron made a nice catch in right field.
That ball was hit.
Yeah, that ball was hit. It was stung, and I think the catch probably was even more difficult than it appeared because Daz can do things that most outfielders can. He's also center field caliber playing in the corner today.
Ball.
This game, I'll tell you, it could be so frustrating. We've seen a lot of hard hit balls going right at the fielders. I mean, right here, this swing, you're like, okay, I've done everything perfectly. I scorched that ball, and Cameron comes up with a nice play.
Wow.
Yeah, we thought the same thing, Gio.
It breaks your heart.
Nick Gordon puts away Eric Haas. Almost reminded me of like a tight end making a falling catch.
I know he is an athlete out there. I mean, he's so impressive to watch. Runs in the blood. His father was just so graceful. And now his son, it's like, yeah, it runs in the family. Grace. Everything we do.
Yeah, some players in the outfield glide and they get to baseballs that require others to dive. Do you know what I'm saying?
Ball.
It's like Lorenzo Cain for years has done the same thing. Well, he'll run down a baseball that many others need to dive for, but he just had a quicker beat on it.
That's why I love when we look at the StatCast and we see the truth about these plays. I think it's a great feature because sometimes you can see an outfielder diving for a ball. You're like, wow, that was an amazing play. Very difficult, and he made it. Yeah, well, maybe difficult for him, perhaps not for a Cameron, perhaps not for a great outfielder.
Ball.
Derek Hill is a glove first outfielder in the 9 spot today for Detroit. Almost scored back in the 3rd.
That's precisely what A.J. Hinch told us, that they want to push the envelope in between, well, in the baselines, base pass. It's very important to just put the pressure on the defense. Hill is a huge part of that.
Ball.
Ball 4.
Here we go.
Base on balls. Hill is on for Cameron. Hey, back to that poll question. Correa versus Baez, rest of career sports gaming universe. Correa all day, every day, just from the small sample size of watching him day in and day out since he joined the Twins. Love how he will take what is given and gets a lot of opposite field hits, which I know you love.
Yeah, that is just finesse. It's being able to shorten up when he has to. I alluded to the fact that he does not mind choking up on that bat. Sometimes I see him choke up to 1.5 inches because all he cares about is just getting the barrel to the baseball, and he's strong enough. Still works.
And there will be a change. Baldelli takes the ball from Jax. He'll hand it to Smith when we swing back on YouTube. Twins 2, Tigers 1.
All right, let me show you how it's done in between the pace pass. What I mean about being aggressive. Derek Hill, just a few innings ago, legged out this infield single. This was a routine play. Ground ball to shortstop, not so fast. Then he goes out and steals second base. Got over to third and tried to get to home plate. This ball did not even get that far away. We thought he was safe. And look, it made sense. You were thinking he was overly aggressive. Not really. I mean, it was an 0-2 count to Scope. The ball got away a little bit, and he went after it. Video, I thought he was safe. I still believe so.
Yep.
So if you think about it, it's actually a good play. 0-2, hitter is behind in the count. Might as well take a chance. He did exactly that. I'm cool with it. I love this aggressiveness.
That infield single for him, by the way, was his fastest sprint speed clocked on the season. So he was hustling extra hard to first, earn the bag, and then almost scored the first run of the day for the Tigers. Joe Smith taking over from Griffin Jacks, who worked the middle of this game. Smith making his 850th career appearance. That's tops among current pitchers. 850.
It's a lot. And as you can see right here, Joe Smith paying close attention to Derek Hill at first base. I expect him to run here, trying to get in scoring position. It even favors the hitters because a lot of slide stepping. That's 3 times over now.
In the future, there will be a rule that says you can't do that 3 times in a row.
Look at this. This is crazy. That ball is right next to Sanchez, and Hill tried it. And he knows he was safe. We still think he was safe. And you will get a lot of arguments saying, why would he do that? That he just ran into an out. I'm good with that aggressiveness, especially in an 0-2 count, especially when Scope is at the plate, who's been struggling anyway. So what are the chances of him getting a hit there? It's a great aggressive play, and I'd rather err on the side of aggressiveness, especially as a base runner.
And he was right there. I mean, like we talked about, I guess the evidence wasn't conclusive enough. I always believe too that, you know, instant replay is here, especially to get rid of any egregious mistakes. It was very close, so I'm just appreciative that we have instant replay. But I don't know. I thought he was in there. I think the only thing that hit him from the glove, on the back end, but I think the hand was already in, and the strings don't count. Pull to the left side, could be 2, and the Twins turn it. Arise falling back, holding on to the baseball, and Gio Urshela does a really nice job of quickly getting the baseball over to second, which you have to do because Daz Cameron can fly. There's 1 and 2. Download the MLB app to get video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch info, breaking news, player updates, leaderboards, and more for your favorite team. Play Ball is a global initiative to highlight the fun and accessible ways to play the game for all. To learn more, including how to find a league near you, go to playball.org and follow @playball on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Scott Braun, Carlos Pena, Brett Dolan. Dreary day for the series finisher between the Twins and the Tigers. We'll finish up our next poll question in a moment. Cut and a miss from Nick Gordon. 8-9-1 due up here in the home 7th. Which shortstop would you rather have for the rest of their career? Wow, that was not close. Carlos Correa is the choice. Now Correa might hit the free agent market again after this year. Twins fans are going, no, please stay. But he has an opt-out in the contract.
You have to appreciate that type of contract where you give him an incentive to walk, an incentive to play well, and at the same time as a team you're not locked in to one player, which could really cripple your budget.
Gordon with Celestino coming up. Well, you mentioned the green. I'll give it to you. Highest paid players this year. It's Scherzer, Cole, Trout. That makes sense. And Correa in the 4th spot. Just a tick over 35 mil. And part of that had to do with, you can see a 3-year 105 and change deal, but he can opt out after this year or next year. Highest paid infield position player in the sport this season. 100 grand over Anthony Rendon. You ball players are so competitive. even with your checks.
Yes. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, right? I mean, these guys go out there, they want to get, obviously, they get paid handsomely. But at the same time, I thought that was a very interesting, a great job by the Twins in making this commitment to Correa on a 3-year basis. But this is not so long-term, that gives him some freedom. If he goes out there and performs incredibly well and he walks, you say, well, you know, thank you so much for your service. Seems like you did so well that you thought you could get even a better contract out. So we definitely benefited from your performance.
Celestino was fooled and then couldn't time up the fastball right down Broadway from Joe Jimenez, new man in the game. 3rd pitcher of the day out of the Tigers side. Bullpen day for Detroit.
.96 miles per hour. 2-seamer with a little bit of run.
Former closer for this team and now settling into a different role and feeling comfortable. At one point was not thrilled about losing that job, which I know many relievers covet, but he's finding himself. That's a strikeout.
There you
back
have
to back.
That sequence right there, Scott, when you throw that fastball in the upper part of the strike zone and then you pair it with this slider for the hitter, as I said earlier, it looks like the fastball you were just late on. You're hurrying into it, and now you cannot even recognize the slider, and you get one of these type of swings.
Hitters are 2 for 26 with 10 strikeouts against that slider this year.
And it works off the fastball. Have to make that distinction.
And we're back to Byron Buxton. He is now in the midst of his longest career slump.
So I'll tell you this. The last line drive he hit was 98 miles per hour off the bat. The one previous to that was 97 miles per hour off the bat. Hit a foul ball down the line, just missed a home run. It was 109 off the bat. So can we say that he's really struggling, or is he going through an unfortunate period? Harvey Dorfman, one of the most, celebrated sports psychologists in baseball, used to say that.
Ball, did he? He did.
Oh, he went around Jeff Nelson at first. What would Harvey say about that?
Okay, maybe that at bat was not as good.
But I like the previous ones. And that catch he made yesterday, he's a stud. His team still up by a run after 7. Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, shows us Harold Castro's second home run of the season, just slightly 100 off the bat. Solo shot in the 6th, and the Tigers are going, that was great, but it would have been nice to have a few runners on, as they just have one to show for it so far this afternoon. Here he is again. Single and a homer for Castro.
And I wouldn't be too quick to categorize that pitch from Bundy a mistake. You know, sometimes you have to tip your hat. Castro actually had a very good swing and a nice approach against him, getting to a high, elevated, inside fastball, and he was ready for it.
Emilio Pagan takes over. Pagan's been great out of the Twins pen. Moved over right around when the season started in the Taylor Rogers deal, and Rogers has been shutting things down as the closer for the Padres. Duran has taken over that job with Minnesota, but Pagan with an ERA south of 2, and Castro blasts another one. Deep right central, forget about it. Upper deck, thank you very much. A 2-homer day for Harold Castro, and we're tied.
That ball was absolutely crushed. Talk about being ready to hit. You gotta be a hunter when you go up to the plate, and Castro is certainly doing that. Gets another fastball, and instead of fouling it off or swinging and missing underneath it because you're late, he's all over it. Now this one was over the heart of the plate, but I've seen many guys swing and miss at that, foul it off, foul tip it. Instead, Castro puts a charge on it and goes black at that. Look at this. That's a clean stroke. Keeps on pointing at somebody over here. I don't know if he's got family sitting on this side of the stands.
Or he just picks someone randomly. Good scoop by Urshela. He retires Scope. First multi-homer performance of Harold Castro's career.
Look how unobstructed this swing is. Talking about being on time to hit. That's the type of swings you get when you give yourself enough space for your work, for your swing to work. Optimizing his mechanics. That ball went a long way.
See that kiss?
Yeah, he smelled the bat because it probably smells like burnt wood, by the way. And then why not? Kiss, too.
You got to take care of that thing. It's treating you well today. Hitting Harold, having a day.
Like that bat can hit.
Yeah. He's actually over the 300 mark in his career as a hitter against right-handed pitching. Talking about Harold Castro. And now it's Baez.
Ball.
We did the survey earlier on talking about Correa, talking about Baez. Make no mistake about it. Javier Baez is extremely talented. But when you look at how he goes about his business, you could say, confidently say that he's volatile when it comes to his approach and his performance. He's streaky, but when he's hot, it's a lot of fun to watch.
He can carry an offense.
We've seen him do it before, and consistency is what he is striving for. We were talking about that physical adjustment that he made in his load, where he eliminated his leg kick when he was with the Cubs, and that really worked wonders for him. I wonder if he's going to go back to it this season.
You see the kick there. And he works a walk. It was a tale of 2 seasons within one for Baez last year. Decent with the Cubs, great with the Mets.
And you ask the question, why? What's the difference? As hitters, it's a good exercise. Just go ahead and ask yourself, okay, when I'm good, why I'm being good? How am I doing this? That's the most, those two are more compelling than the what.
First walk in his last 15 games.
Ball.
We are tied in Minnesota. It's Candelario.
Now that's impressive. First walk in 15 games.
Yep.
Yeah, that tells you he's up there to swing. It's not very discriminating when it comes to pitches.
Ball. Come on.
The magic number for the Tigers is 3. And I'll tell you why. They are 1 in 21 this season when scoring 2 runs or fewer. That makes sense. (13-7) when they hit 3 runs or more, which also speaks to the pitching staff. 3 is not an exorbitant number, but the offense has not been able to get there consistently. Stuck on 2 right now.
And look, yes, there have been so many injuries for the Tigers and their staff, but they're holding their own pitching. I mean, we just saw Jimenez come out of the bullpen looking like, you know, Jason from Friday the 13th with a chainsaw. One thing he was missing was a face mask. These guys got the weapons to hold their own with their pitching, but the hitting has been minuscule.
Stuff-wise, it looks like they have one of the better bullpens in baseball. That one's tough. That's in there, but I'm saying tough to line up if you're a hitter, huh?
You know, that ball looks like it's going to hit you in the rib. And then it comes back over the strike zone.
And that one's 94. Challenged him and won the battle. First strikeout for Pagan.
Yeah, Pagan has those 2 distinct fastballs, the 4-seamer right there. And he can also utilize That two-seamer, the previous pitch that he just missed, I would say the umpire missed the call. That ball looks like it's going to hit you in the ribs when it comes back, and then he's like, you know what, forget that. I'm just going to go with the four-seam fastball, try to hit it. Candelaria's underneath it, and late.
Ball.
That's the splitter missing to Torkelson. Walked in his last trip. No Mickey today. We miss Mickey.
You know, we're talking about A.J. Hinch, and he said that Miggy, which has been actually productive for the Tigers, you have to learn how to take care of him physically, because it takes him a while to get ready, especially during those early games. Early game start, okay, take a rest, get back at it tomorrow.
Looks like he wants to get in there for an AB, huh?
That's natural. I think we can safely say that one of the best things to do, you know, or favorite things for Miggy to do is hitting. It's like, what would you like to do? I just want to hit. I think he's going to be 80 years old. So he's like, what do you want to do today? I don't know. I just want to take BP.
Probably still will. He mentioned recently that he might want to be a part of the Tigers coaching staff when his career ends.
Ball.
Pitch skips away. Easy bag for Baez.
Come on.
That's a wild pitch. Are you cold? You know, I like to bring every conversation onto the broadcast.
I have to admit, yes, I'm a little cold. I have, what would you call this? A little blanket?
Yep, it's a little blanket. Got a little shiver in my step.
Ball.
Kind of keeps you awake, you know what I mean? Like sharp, you know, you got to be ready.
Big spot here, full boat. Torkelson with a hit. Could push the Tigers in front. They don't have a lead yet in this series. Three-gamer wrapping up today. These two teams play 5 next week. Roller, Urshela cleans it up. That's it for the top of the 8th, but the Tigers do come back from 2-0. Harold Castro solo homer in the 6th, and we saw it again in the 8th. Deep part of the park. Big Poppy territory when he used to be a Twin. 2 per side. The MLB Game of the Week is live on YouTube, presented by Jim Beam. We've had a nice little Midwest tour in Minnesota today, next week in Cleveland, along with former Big League All-Star Carlos Pena. I am Scott Braun, and Brett Dolan will join us again soon. Apparently, the weather is picking up again in a wrong direction, but we continue, and this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. I'll bring in a YouTube creator to help us out today. Sports Gaming Universe, his latest comment, total football weather today. Good call. Feels like 40-something. Carlos has the blanket working. We don't have heaters, but maybe some hot coffee or hot chocolate after this one, depending on what you're looking for. There's a strike to Luis Arraez. Good matchup here. Gregory Soto, usually the closer, making just his second appearance in the 8th inning this year. Tough part of the order here, 2, 3, and 4 for Minnesota, and A.J. Hinch playing this one in a playoff-ish format in terms of deploying his best arms. The only other time we saw Soto in the 8th was a 5-out save against the Yankees, so maybe he goes 2 innings today. Ball 2 to Arraez. Let's bring in Brett.
Well, guys, I'm glad Carlos has the blanket. I would say the level of misery down here is picked up. The mist or the rain is a little bit heavier. The winds are heavier. It's colder. I noticed the Twins have heated benches. That was nice. And I didn't get a chance to get into the nap room either. It'd be a perfect day for a nap. You know, Nelson Cruz popularized that here. I was trying to get some pictures for you guys, but it was in use most of the day. They couldn't get in there to take pictures.
Valiant effort, though. We appreciate that as Arraez grounds out. Yeah, I would have loved to see the nap room. And I thought at one point we were going to have a lengthy delay, and I was going to try and work my way into the napping quarters. Unsuccessful.
We were asking, like, who takes naps? Man, what a privilege it is to take a nap.
Privilege, yeah.
You know?
Well, I will say this. There have been times where I've worked in multiple shows and games wrapped around it and taken a red-eye flight, and then you deserve maybe a quick nap.
Ball? Right, well, that one is understandable.
Like an all-nighter, working, and then maybe pull off a few hours during the day. I mean, it's rare, but you know what I'm saying? You're talking about hey, I got a nice night of rest, a little extra time before this game starts. I'm just going to shut the eyes again.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, it takes like discipline to be able to say, okay, I'm going to shut myself down right now for the next 20 minutes. I don't want to talk to anybody. I'm going to close my eyes and take a nap. You understand?
Yeah, of course. I think for some people it's 2 hours. I don't know. Good one today. Tigers playing catch up with the long ball. Harold Castro with 2 homers. So far making a strong case for YouTube player of the game.
Ball.
2 balls and a strike to Correa. Gregory Soto last appeared on Sunday in Cleveland, picked up the save with a scoreless inning. Has 7 saves this year. Not a high strikeout rate, but the stuff looks like it should produce more swing and miss, doesn't it?
No, seriously, I was just thinking this, because that's the way my brain works. I'm like, well, if Jimenez, you know, came out like Jason from Friday the 13th, and we're looking at Soto looking like Predator out there as well. This bullpen, they have great arms, and you're right. I mean, he's throwing 97 miles per hour, 98 miles per hour with the sinker, and pairs it up with a nasty slider.
Correa going to right center, and Derek Hill is there with some coverage and a little slide. You can do a little slip and slide today.
Yeah, it's extremely wet out there, and he moved quickly. First step, got a good jump on it, and he makes his play with ease. But watch how he breaks immediately, almost as if he was reading the swing plane and the direction of where the pitch was going to be. And he was moving before the ball was hit. Talking about being a good outfielder and how perhaps an average outfielder, that ball's in the gap.
Now Max Kepler thought about it, just missed. It's 99, that's a good pitch. Borderline. These teams, by the way, if you look at their center field depth, they each have 2 or 3 guys that can handle center, while some teams in the bigs don't have any. And Kepler's going there. Hill's all over it. 3 up, 3 down. Gregory Soto gets the job done. Who is it? Predator?
Predator.
Scary. Tigers bullpen holding on.
Pitching for the Twins, number 56, Caleb Fieldball.
Meet the top prospects and get insider access to the players who currently don the Old English D by visiting youtube.com/Tigers today. And also the Twins YouTube channel is your destination for highlights, behind the scenes content, and you can learn more about your favorite players and coaches. youtube.com/Twins. Top 9 at Target Field. And it's Caleb Thielbar on the mound for Minnesota. ERA isn't pretty so far this year. Last year's strikeout machine. A great story too. Was out of the game for a while. Made a comeback in August of 2020. There's the line currently this year, 19th appearance, but he went between April of 2015 and August of 2020 without pitching in Major League Baseball. Said he thought about quitting basically all the time and didn't. Independent leagues, the whole deal. The stories you love in the major leagues, and a big part of the Twins bullpen nowadays. Last 3 on the lineup card for AJ Hinch. Willie Castro, Eric Haas, and Derek Hill, and then they'll flip it back over to the top. Healthy hack from Willie Castro, who has 2 hits. A 3-hit day, including 2 homers for Harold Castro.
Castro's looking good tonight.
Yeah, that's the last name of the day. Clean single and a bunt hit for Willie in his first 2 at-bats. Switch hitter, better pop from the left side. Native of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras.
He can handle the bat. Makes contact.
Ball.
He forces action. Again, that's exactly what A.J. Hinch was talking about. They know they haven't been hitting. They have to find a way to push runs across the board. And he was thinking then aggressive in the base bats, playing small ball, what's going to be key.
Ball right here.
That's a foul ball. Willie Castro had a big 2020 shortened season, of course, but finished in 4th place for AL Rookie of the Year. Hit .349 in 140 plate appearances. Last year, a step down, a .220 hitter. Kind of in between there this season. Pretty close to league average offense. Pulled left side. Tons of work for third baseman today.
There's another example right there, Urshela. Good job stepping back, getting the long hop, making that play a little bit easier to manage.
That's exactly what Caleb Thielbar does. Not much hard hit contact.
That's what you want as a pitcher. You want to induce weak contact. Precisely the opposite that you want to do as a hitter.
Hard hit is 95 miles an hour plus off the bat.
Ball.
And the good thing about it is this. As a pitcher, you know that there are going to be some balls that are going to be hit hard, but you have 9 fielders out there, as Byron Buxton knows, that even though you hit the ball hard, you can still make outs. So the more weaker contact that you induce, the better you will be, giving yourself a chance to succeed.
Ball.
Buxton counts as 2 sometimes.
Goodness. You know, that's another thing. Like, learning how to assess yourself as a player is so important, Scott. I mean, think about it. Buxton has hit the ball hard twice, maybe 3 times today. Nothing to show for it. And then he looks at it and says, I'm 0 for 25. No, wait a second. Let's assess things right. You just had great at-bats today. So in reality, is that a failure? That's that unfortunate period. It's not a slump. It's an unfortunate period if you're doing the process right.
So what you're saying is, it's looking good off the bat, don't change a thing.
Ball.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. The tough part about this game is this, is that you can do everything right and still make outs. Now, there's nothing you can do about that, unfortunately. And that's why being a hitter, it's so difficult. It's the hardest things to do in all sports, to actually hit it, let alone dropping, you know, somewhere for a hit. Got 9 fielders, 8 fielders out there.
Thielbar has 2 breaking pitches. He'll use about equal. Slider and a curve. That's the curve.
Look at that. That's a nice breaker. That kind of froze Haas. It popped immediately out of his hand. He was not expecting it. And then he gave up on it. It lands for a strike.
Ball.
Missed with the fastball. Eric Haas, take your base. Here comes Derek Hill. The defense is there for Hill. He can run. Can he hit enough to stick on the big league roster? He's been working on that actively. Showed some better signs last year, altered his swing in the offseason. That looked like a good one to unleash on.
Yeah, sometimes you see these takes and you ask yourself why, or what is the hitter thinking? Yeah, that's a nice pitch to hit into the right center field gap if you're ready for it.
Ball. You good, Jake?
That was a tougher one. The curveball inside. So yesterday, Derek Hill, nice catch on a sac fly attempt, and he was like, Gio Urshela, gotcha. That's a big moment in the game for Detroit. They just couldn't scratch any runs across in a 2-0 loss, but Derek Hill's throw was money.
He's got a great arm.
Yeah, the tools are there. And there he goes. Vacant right side, and pass the baton to the leadoff hitter, Daz Cameron.
That was good hitting right there. Letting that ball get deep into the zone and hits it for a base hit to right field. Off-speed pitch. He recognizes it. He waits for it and then just barrels it. I like the fact that he's choking. The type of hitter is going to hit for a lot of power. Just think line drives. Put the barrel on the baseball. This was beautiful right here.
Derek Hill's a better breaking ball hitter this year, so that works out for him. 263 against breaking pitches. Daz Cameron's turn.
The Tigers need a big hit, and this is the opportunity. 2 runners on.
Most dangerous bat of the day is on deck.
Ball.
Harold Castro is feeling it.
He wants this chance.
I mean, he's clearly seeing the baseball better than anyone today. I'm wondering how you approach him. Of course, depends on the results of this AB. Cameron bounced into a double play last time up, struck out in the prior plate appearance. He's 0 for 4.
Well, the Twins have no one up in the bullpen. So Cal Tillbauer is going to be the one tasked to face the dangerous Castro.
Rocco Baldelli didn't reveal his hand in terms of bullpen usage today.
Ball, no, did it?
Cameron didn't go around. I'm guessing, though, that he'd like to avoid Joan Duran if possible, as he's appeared in 2 of the last 3 games for Minnesota.
See that fastball that rises, has that rise effect. Hitters are underneath it most often. Almost got Cameron to bite.
Ball.
Some good takes here in the 9th.
Yeah, that was not a bad pitch right there. Cameron was able to lay off and recognize it. It's a good pitch to throw after you throw an elevated fastball, to throw that curveball and possibly get a chase.
I know 3-1, you're usually thinking get after it, but do you maybe put a red light on here because Castro's on deck with 2 homers in his pocket? Or are you letting him go?
There's your answer. I would like to think, no, I'll tell you what, that's a walk. But what I would like to say is this, like, no, I should be okay with telling Cameron, take your swing. I should be able to trust him in that he's going to get the pitch to hit and get a healthy cut. Now, has that been the case with the Tigers lineup? I'll tell you who's swinging it
healthy
really well.
cut?
That's a healthy cut.
Harold Castro heard you. Not once, but twice.
Man, you gotta love that sound. The crack of the bat. You see the unobstructed swings. This is what we wanted, right? We wanted the best swinging Tiger to go up. Bases loaded.
Are they not going to let him get his 3rd AB?
And
looks like Miggy's going to pinch hit for Castro. Oh, that's a tough spot. Okay, Carlos, take me inside Harold Castro's mind right now.
Did you see what just happened to me? I was speaking.
Your heart sank. I see it. It just dropped.
I was talking about Castro, and mid-sentence, I had to stop. We just showed you 2 placatas. I
do not like this move. Even if it works, I don't like it.
He has big splits. Harold Castro is a much better hitter against right-handed pitching, but he is seeing the baseball today.
Right here, Miggy hits a ground ball. It's a double play. Ends the inning.
We're going to keep an eye on A.J. Hinch's reaction to whatever happens here.
I'm going to text A.J. right now, seriously.
I don't think he has his phone on him right now. But he'll see it afterward. Caught in a miss. Cabrera's behind the heat from Thielbar. Of course, Miggy's
Miggy.
On the Hall of Fame highway. We showed you the career numbers with the bases loaded. They're amazing.
There's something to be said about momentum. Someone who's been swinging the bat well, feeling really good at the plate. Everyone knows it. He knows it. The opposition know it.
Ball. The Tigers are desperately looking for a W to get back on the winning side of things. This is a move.
This is a move.
This is the strategy where you roll up your sleeves and you're like, okay, is this going to work or is this going to be a disaster? As a pinch hitter, he's only done it in 20 ABs in his life, 8 for 20. Two strikes on Miggy.
Over 2,600 games in his career, and he only has 20 pinch hit at bats. So this is certainly not his thing. I would have loved to see Castro hit in this situation.
I'm with you. Miggy singled in the 9th inning yesterday off Duran. That pitch was at 102. Hardest pitch he's turned around into a hit in the StatCast era. 3,026 career knocks. Bags full of Tigers. 1-2.
Look, I understand lefty versus lefty, but I think sometimes we look too deep into that, and we can look at all the splits, but I like to look at cadence. How do these two match up? Not necessarily this is righty, you know, and you're lefty, and or lefty, righty, lefty. Come on.
I know it's a small sample size, 1 for 6 against Thielbar. He has him on the ropes. Ball. Not had a chance of getting past Sanchez. Makes a nice stop. 2-2 to Miggy.
I understand that sometimes when you look at all the stats and the advanced analytics, you got to be heartless and cold-blooded and make your decision. This is too cold-blooded for me.
Also the resume, 2-time MVP, 4-time batting champ.
Not too shabby.
Ball.
Working a good at bat right here. Getting to a 3-2 count. Got to throw a strike. If you walk him, a winning run comes into the plate.
Fastball command has been off for Thielbar.
Miggy trying to get a fastball out over the plate that he can hit into the right side. It's probably his approach right now. Also helps him with the off-speed pitch.
Strike 3 call. Bottom of the zone, and Miggy is fired up about it. Too close to take, though, isn't it?
It is too close to take, but it was a ball, Scott. And we were talking about earlier the electronic strike zone would get rid of this, but it's certainly too close to take. Got to be ready and not. That was very close to take.
A hitless Jonathan Scope, but he's been lining up some baseballs lately.
It's been a while since I've seen Miggy that upset. And if you look at the electronic box, he was right.
But Miggy can smash that.
We've seen him hit that same pitch into the seats, right center field.
Ball, no.
Now he's talking to Castro, who he replaced.
You asked me, what do you think Castro was thinking?
There it is.
Just below the strike zone. It's too close to take.
That's my point. I get it. It's off, but it's not like a terrible call.
It isn't. You're absolutely right.
Scope in the air. This should end the inning. Who's finding it? Oh, basket catch by Kepler. I'll just let it drop into the glove. That was fun.
Nice catch.
Now a chance for the Twins to walk off the Tigers for the second time in this series. Detroit comes up empty with the bags full. Key move of the game, Carlos. Miguel Cabrera pinch hitting for 2-homer day. Harold Castro, how did it go?
Yeah, that was a tough at-bat right there. Elevated fastball. And Cabrera is naturally late. He just came off the bench. It's cold up here. Late on the elevated fastball. Then he worked him with the off-speed down in the zone. That one got away. But then he comes back to the fastball. And this one right here, Scott, that's just too close to take. Scotty, you got to be ready to hit. And I understand it is technically a ball, but I've seen Miggy hit that ball into the right center field gaps numerous times. He wishes he had that one back.
It was close enough. He's still angry about it.
As a matter of fact, Elijah, the star researcher, just let us know that Miggy hits 409 in the bottom part of the strike zone. Yes, too close to take, absolutely.
We've seen him clobber baseballs in that quadrant.
Ball.
Wasn't that far off. There's Robbie Grossman subbing into the game in left field. That moves Willie Castro to shortstop. Harold Castro was replaced by Cabrera. Miggy's not playing the field, obviously. He's DH this year.
Yes.
That's a strike.
But the bigger story is not even him taking that pitch right there for strike 3. Like, that's not even the story. The story is that he was in the game in the first place after Castro hit 2 home runs.
Miggy's still going. He's letting Charlie Ramos hear it, who made basically a similar call just now on the low strike. So he's calling it today.
I haven't seen Miggy this mad in a while.
Light-skinned Chris in the game commentary section, one of our YouTube creators, said one of those pitches that could go either way.
Indeed.
Sanchez has a full count. Also, Cowboy Jeff in the comments today said, feel like the Tigers taking this one, which naturally means I'm going to jinx them and the Twins are going to end up winning it. We'll see. Fun one today. Sanchez with a drive deep left, but it dies in the wind. This is a tough weather day to drive a baseball out of the yard, and that again is why Harold Castro was so locked in. It sounded pretty good off the bat of Sanchez, but
right here, Soto throws him a fastball inside. Oh, it seems like Sanchez knew that he just missed that pitch. Maybe got in a little bit, the thin part of the bat. Slightly late.
wind is moving a bit in and towards right field. So yeah, heading to left is not the spot. So they're going over the plan of attack for a pinch hitter. I guess the theme of the day is if you homer, your spot is not safe in the lineup, because Trevor Larnach went deep for 2 in the 4th inning, and he is replaced by Carl Garlick, who is a specialist against left-handed pitching.
Okay, that's a little better. But did you see the 2 balls?
The last 2 at-bats for Trevor Larnach.
Oh my goodness, he absolutely smoked 2 balls, one way in the upper deck and the other one right back up the middle. So he was feeling good as well.
I mean, Kyle Garlick loves southpaws. Career OPS .932 against left-handed pitching, and that is exceptional.
I think this situation is a little bit more acceptable. You know, he's going to put together a good at bat, maybe work a walk.
Look at the home run rate this year.
He can also leave the yard.
Second best in baseball to Danny Jansen of the Blue Jays. Buxton's on there as well.
So we're Judge.
What do you think of this wide open stance?
You know, I was discussing this with one of my buddies earlier today. A lot of guys now opting for the open stance. It's actually a very good idea. It helps you, number one, you looking at the pitcher with 2 eyes, but it creates good angles. You don't have to hit around your front side. You have a clear path to the baseball. It even allows you to go the other way with less difficulty.
That was right there.
It's a strike.
That's a foul ball. It's the 2nd inning of work for Gregory Soto.
See guys like Rafael Devers really trademark that open stance, and actually striding into the bucket works for him, and with the green monster there, it's just perfect. And we see this similar approach right now.
I don't know, Carlos.
With Garlick.
We love talking numbers. We love talking feel for the game as well. For me, it's just wild that the 2 hitters with the best at-bats of the day are on the bench. I'm a hot hand guy, you know?
With you.
You make 4 threes in a row, you got to take a 5th until you miss.
Something to be said about that.
Time out.
That hit him.
Ooh, I got him good.
Tough spot. Right shin on the side of it.
Caught a lot of leg. That's going to be barking.
Yep. When do you start feeling that? Instantly or more tomorrow?
Well, right now it's just throbbing. Tomorrow it's going to sink.
That's right. Ice that baby up. Well, the weather's doing it naturally for you. It is frigid in Minneapolis, and Gregory Soto is done. On to the next man in the 9th. Walk-off chance for the Twins. This is Alex Lang out of the Tigers bullpen. Another electric arm, making his 20th appearance of the season. Mid-ones ERA. Very healthy strikeout to walk rate. And he'll use the curveball almost half the time. Strong start to the season. Former first-round pick by the Cubs out of LSU in 2017. He was acquired around the trade deadline in 2019 by Detroit in the Nick Castellanos deal. Mr. Mic'd up, Gio Urshela.
Oh, no. Did he?
Lays off the curveball.
And if I'm Gio, I'm looking for the elevated fastball, and I'm going to work my way from the top of the zone down. So elevate my sights. Be ready for the fastball, and when you get it, don't miss it.
Ball right here.
That doesn't feel great. Gregory Soto started off this 9th inning for Detroit. Gary Sanchez flew out to left. Soto walked Kyle Garlick, the pinch hitter. That's where Alex Lang grabs the baseball with his whiff rate, 3rd best in the sport. Urshela's 1 for 3 today. There's the fastball. That's the pitch you want to do damage with, because the curveball is really tough to square up.
Thing with Lang's slider is the fact that it has, and it's the sinker, has a lot of dive to it. So you have to get him up, because down in the zone it just disappears.
It's a catch.
There's the curve.
Absolutely nasty, especially right after the sinker at 96 miles per hour.
It's a low spin rate curveball. Spin rate usually want that up on a pitch like a curve, but it is super effective for Alex.
And again, we got to look at the 2 pitches working in unison. Fastball, then curveball or slider.
Nick Gordon first pitch, and he's going to find some open real estate. Garlick from 1st to 3rd, and they're on the corners for Minnesota with 2 down in the 9th. Hey, Chris Archer joined us earlier and said he's liking the swings lately from Nick Gordon, who was 0 for 3 with a couple punch outs, and he gets on the board with his first hit, and it's a big one.
He was ready for this pitch right here. It's an off speed, out of over the plate, stayed back on it, is able to get that barrel through the zone to hit the line drive to center field.
The win streak is at 6 for Minnesota. They're 5.5 games better than the White Sox in the American League Central. Tops in the division. A walk-off Monday, and if Gilberto Celestino is successful, they can do it again right now. Center fielder in the 9-hole. Runners moving. No throw. Second base is for Nick Gordon. Their only concern is Kyle Garlick at 3rd. He's the separator. No hits today for Celestino and 2 strikeouts.
And for Lang, you know, he's got to be thinking, look, I cannot throw this curveball in the dirt. You can't run that risk. And as a hitter, you have to know that.
So the fastball is even more on your mind right now?
You want to elevate your sights, work from the top of the zone down.
Oh.
It's dangerous.
You went against the grain.
That's dangerous. Doesn't want to do that. I know you get a lot of trust in your catcher, but you don't want to lose this game on a wild pitch. And some of these what happens in these situations, a lot of pitchers overcommit because they don't want to hang the off-speed pitch. So they overcompensate, and you see that happen quite often.
That might have missed too.
That looked like a changeup. That's not his sinker, is it? 89 miles per hour.
That's his changeup. Yep.
Went to the changeup.
Uses it about a quarter of the time. Did it again.
Back-to-back changeups at the bottom of the zone. Yep, that is exactly that changeup, circle changeup grip. And he did it back-to-back.
He has a feel for it today. That's obvious. And spiked a changeup. He tripled up on the pitch. Eric Haas, the real MVP of this at-bat.
Seriously. I mean, again with the changeup right here, he spikes it. As a hitter, you have to raise those sights so you don't chase that pitch at the bottom of the zone.
Celestino is a spray chart darling. A lot of opposite field hits lately, mostly singles.
There's an open base.
But Buxton's on deck.
Thank you very much.
And he's 0 for his last 25. He is more than due. This is good juice, good drama.
However, yeah, he's 0 for 25, but if you're a good listener, you know that he's crushed the ball several times today, and he's feeling good at the plate.
So either way, Alex Lang is in a tough spot. Here it comes. And Celestino with a slow roller to second. Let's play bonus baseball, baby. To the top of the 10th. And Detroit will go Baez, Candelario, and the hotshot rookie Spencer Torkelson due up. Pretty cold out, but the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is hot. We're in the 10th. And the strategic battles have been pretty epic. Tough game to manage for both sides. Here comes Trevor McGill out of the Twins pen. Recently called up, made his Twins debut on Sunday in Kansas City with 1 2/3 of scoreless baseball and gave up a hit. Mostly four-seam fastball because he dials it up in the upper 90s and then will sport a curveball. Jonathan Scope is going to be your ghost runner, your runner to start the inning, as he was the last out in the 9th for Detroit. Scott Braun and Carlos Pena. And there's the numbers for McGill this season. His brother, too. Tylor, who is a starter on the Mets, who's currently on the injured list. His stuff has played up significantly this year, and he was looking fantastic for the Mets before he went down.
Bicep tendonitis.
Yeah.
Sideline.
We have defensive changes, too. Nick Gordon from second base to left. We'll show you in a sec. Jose Miranda, the rookie, at first. And Arraez bumps over to second. That's his natural position. Here we go, 10th inning action. Baez, Candelario, and Torkelson. Big cut and a miss from Baez to start the 10th.
From the dugout, you can hear his teammates say, "All we need is a single." That's a huge hack.
He's going, but I like homers.
Ball. One of the most violent swings in all of baseball. When he connects, it's fun to watch. Right here, trying to hone in to one pitch and see if he can bring that run home.
Last year he slugged .547 against breaking balls. This year that number's in the hundreds. That was smoked foul. This is a 2-pitch reliever. You're getting a 4-seamer or a curve. And there your change is highlighted. Gordon in left, Arraez at second. Jose Miranda enters the fold.
And right here with 1 and 2 count, 2 strikes. 2-strike approach would usually tell you need to expand the zone, protect the zone. For Baez, I would say you need to zero in one spot. Go ahead and take a called 3rd strike if you want, but let's zero in a good pitch. Because if you expand the strike zone,
that's what happens.
What happens.
Second strikeout this afternoon for Baez. Take us through it, Carlos.
Here's the off-speed pitch. He went after it, took a huge hack. Right here, he gets that 4-seamer. You said it, Scott. You said two pitches, the fastball and the curveball. Right here, smoked it down the line, and then he's laid on this fastball. This fastball is like a foot outside the zone. Just not a good at bat.
Candelario connects to center. Celestino backing up, giving it a look at the wall, and it's past it and gone. Jeimer Candelario for 2, and the Tigers snatch the lead.
Elevated fastball, and Candelario was able to get to it. Got ready early enough to get the barrel to the baseball. That ball went a long way. Here it is. It's actually thigh high out over the plate. That's that 4-seamer, Scotty. And look at the unobstructed swing. That's what you want to do.
Plants it on the grass. Nice try from Celestino, but it's well beyond the glove. Maybe not too far beyond. Torkelson pop up and caught on the run. Max Kepler is there. Fourth homer of the season for Candelario. How much past the glove?
Oh, wow. Buxton almost grabbed that home run.
Celestino in for Buxton today.
That's Celestino?
Yeah.
Looked like Buxton. Does Buxton catch that?
That's a good call. He might.
We've seen him do it.
It's a good call. So Celestino has handled his own out in center field this year. He's most comfortable there. That's his natural position. Willie Castro, ball 1.
You know, you said there's something earlier about the outfield of the Twins. I mean, they can go get them. The depth is certainly there.
Yeah.
That feels good.
Castro to right. Kepler's there. Inning over. Well, the Tigers take advantage. Pressure's on the Twins to keep this one going. They'll start it with a runner at second. That's what we do in extras, but Scope on to start the 10th, and Jamer Candelario going to the deep part of the ballpark. Plants one on the grass and puts his team in front 4-2. Four-2 Tigers. Last looks for the Twins coming up. How close was Gilberto Celestino to robbing a home run off the bat of Jamer Candelario? Is my depth perception off? Like, how far?
Oh, I'm telling you, that's an inch.
Really, an inch?
An inch.
Byron Buxton is the everyday center fielder for the Twins. Of course, has the glove in the left hand, and I'm just gonna guess that he probably has a little more on his vertical than Celestino. No slight on Celestino, it's just Byron Buxton is out of this world athleticism. So maybe he makes that catch. He is playing today, but he's the designated hitter, leading off the home 10th. And there is Celestino, his center field replacement, as the man on second to start the Twins half. Scott Braun, Carlos Pena, Brett Dolan. Good one on YouTube today. Buxton, Arise, Correa. Ball one to Byron.
This is the matchup. I mean, you want Buxton up at the plate in this moment. Precisely who you want.
And this is Michael Fulmer, who looked dynamite out of the bullpen for Detroit yesterday. Struck out the side, all swinging in the 8th inning, and that included Luis Arise, who rarely strikes out.
Ball.
Tying run at the plate. Buxton's certainly capable of tying this ball game with one swing, and he's had healthy hacks all day.
There's a strike, top of the zone. That's a hard slider. Didn't slide much, though.
Kind of backed up.
Yeah. But still tough to get on top of that one, right?
When it's lower, you have a better chance.
On the ground. And a throw off the mark. Buxton is safe.
That's what speed does.
Buxton is on. Bad throw from Willie Castro.
Willie knows very well who's running. He knows he has to hurry, and this produces the throwing error. It just seemed like he was never able to get on top of that ball. He had to get rid of it quick, and his sails offline. Winning run is at first base. Tying run, first base. Winning run at the plate.
And you know how hard it is to make sure you grab the baseball, but then also try and slap a tag on in midair, which Torkelson attempted unsuccessfully. So now 2 on.
Ball.
And that's ball 1 to Arise. This was what was so impressive yesterday. Fulmer fooled Arise, who has more walks than strikeouts in his career, on a pitch in the zone. I mean, he never misses pitches in the zone.
Ball.
And a rare 0 for 4 day for Luis Arise.
Runs well.
Entered the day with the best on base percentage in baseball. Ooh, that's when you want if you're on the mound, but it's close. Miguel Cabrera's going, that was strike 3 to me. That's right down Broadway.
That is correct. And look, it's just the approach. I mean, that pitch is, yes, it's borderline, but his sights, Area's sights, are a lot higher than that. So you have to be okay with taking a strike, even if it's close. That's just not the pitch you want.
Two-one, solidly struck to center, and he's in business. Everyone moves station to station. Luis Arise with a base hit, splashing into center, and there's Buxton at second, and Celestino is now at third. And you can't hold him back for long.
So this is the matchup of the day. Winning run is at first base. Anything on the gap ends the ball game. So if you're an outfielder, you want to play no doubles, but at the same time, you don't want them to tie the ball game.
Carlos Correa is 13 for his last 27. He is dialed in. A 2 for 4 day so far.
Ball.
Those are some borderline pitches. I'm a good lip reader, but I'm just going to say, let's bleep and go.
Trying to get his teammates going.
So is Correa. Twins thinking sweep. That's in there from Fulmer. The Tigers reliever has swing and miss stuff. Former starter. He's 1 for 3 in save chances this year. 2 blown saves for Fulmer. 2-run homer from Candelario in the top of the 10th. And now Correa. Oh, he got hit.
Seems to be okay. Did it get him in the bat?
That's a good question. Bat or armor?
Seems like it got him.
Bat.
Foul ball. Wow. It's a big break for Fulmer. He got him on the knob.
The knob.
And a huge break for Correa, because I tell you what, that ball hits him in the hand at 97, 96 miles per hour.
And he's coming off a finger contusion where he was missing for a couple weeks recently.
Fulmer has some perfectly set up for slider right here, especially after that fastball that ran into Correa, knocked him down. Let's see what he chooses to do here.
That's his big pitch. And Correa can't get it. A chase and a strikeout on the slider for Michael Fulmer, and A.J. Hinch says that'll do. Next man up.
That was tough. I mean, after you get brushed back like that, ball hits off your knob, you have to go to the ground, and then he comes back with this slider. It wasn't even tunneled correctly, and still Correa is rushing to try to get the head out.
So the lefty Max Kepler is going to face the lefty Andrew Chafin with the stash, and he was on the pregame show embracing the rain. We'll see if he embraces the moment. Bottom 10, bases loaded for Minnesota. We'll be right back. The managerial chess continues. The match, A.J. Hinch against Rocco Baldelli, and now Andrew Chafin gets the call. The stash and the two variations of the fastball, the four-seamer and the sinker, which he uses more frequently nowadays, also possesses a slider, and he is lights out against left-handed hitters, which happens to be the next man up for the Twins, Max Kepler, who does most of his damage against right-handed pitching. So the move makes sense for A.J. Hinch, and we'll see how it plays out.
This one certainly makes sense. And I'm again alluded to just a couple innings back when Castro was taken out of the game.
A little rosin bag maneuvering going on right now. Do you play cornhole?
Yeah, not bad at it.
No? I would think that you're pretty good. I mean, you're a
good
big
aim.
league ball player.
I can aim.
Your hand-eye coordination is exceptional. Scott Braun, Carlos Pena, Brett Dolan downstairs. Chafin matching up with Kepler, who overall has crushed Tiger pitching this year. His team's down 2. Home run swing, and he whiffed on the slider to start the AB.
Kepler totally fooled on that slider. Clearly sitting fastball and wanted to attack.
And again, Eric Haas, the real MVP of the inning right now. I mean, that one didn't even get past him. It just hugged against his hip.
You ain't kidding. He's been really good back there.
Goes slider again. 2 previous battles between Kepler and Chafin, a double and a walk. Candelario over there at third, staying close to Celestino. Buxton on second, Arise after the single on first.
Another slider, 3 sliders in a row. Kepler clearly fooled on all 3 of them.
So now what are you thinking as a hitter? Hopefully
as a hitter,
up a slider, right?
I'm elevating my sights. I keep on saying about that really does something. When you elevate your sights, you're not swinging at those sliders in the dirt. You only go after the one that pops above your line of sight. That's a good take.
In the dirt.
That's a good take. And right there, they didn't offer it. I know this was not a competitive pitch.
These are some dicey pitches, too. We might have to add, I mean, we haven't done much at the plate, but Eric Haas to our player of the game list.
It's a good call. He deserves it.
It's not showing up in the box score, but 4 sliders so far from Chafin. And he strikes out Kepler. Buried another slider.
Not a good at bat by Kepler. Chafin with 4, 5 straight sliders. Look at that. Poor recognition right there. But if even we go to the root of that AB, or the problem with that AB was the fact that Kepler did not have the right strategy against Chafin. Didn't give himself a chance.
What about Gary Sanchez? Picked up from the Yankees in the trade that sent Josh Donaldson and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa as the 2 main pieces to the Yankees. Urshela also involved in that one, coming the Twins' way. Slow-ish start for Gary. He's picked it up in May, been a bit brighter and more powerful. That's the first fastball from Andrew Chafin. Different strategy here against the right-handed hitter. But Gary also struggles against lefties so far this season.
Not sure what Sanchez was looking for, but gets a fastball in the inner part of the strike zone. A pretty good one to drive, and takes it for a strike.
Makes contact with that one. It's a spinner. Is it going to stay playable? It is. Game over. Spencer Torkelson with the catch in foul ground. Andrew Chafin shuts the door for the Tigers. 4-2. Detroit takes it thanks to the Candelario 2-run homer in the top of the 10th.
Great job by Chafin coming in and just neutralizing the Twins, and neutralizing the threat.
And the poll is open and simple. Today's YouTube player of the game is Harold Castro or Jeimer Candelario. Castro with 2 homers to help the Tigers get to 2. And when we get to extras, Candelario with the homer. So vote now, please. Multiple interviews coming up, the post-game show right now. The post-game show coverage is presented by Jim Beam. Whoa there, partner. That was a fun one.
That was
Scotty
great.
Braun and Carlos Pena. That was very entertaining to watch the Tigers get back on the winning side of things. And the Twins win streak is snapped at 6. The Twins fall to 27-17 on the year. Still a cozy lead in first place in the division. And the Tigers up their record to 15-28. They had lost 5 of 6. Entering a game where at one point last night you're looking at the weather going, I don't think this is happening, but rain subsided enough for us to get this one going just about an hour late, and it was tight from start to finish.
Great ball game, timely hitting. The pitching came through for the Tigers there at the end. Nail biter. And the fans today here in Minnesota go empty-handed. They were expecting the Twins to extend their winning streak to 7.
Had a chance to walk it off again, and just a few minutes of the player of the game poll open. So vote now, and then we'll let you know the winner pretty soon. And we are ready to welcome in Jeimer Candelario. Jeimer the Gamer, they were saying in the commentary section from the YouTube creators. Jeimer, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the win and the homer. Take us through that big swing that ended up with a baseball settling nicely on the grass beyond center field.
Thank you guys for having me here, man. We've been battering a lot, you know. I keep missing a couple pitches that I'm supposed to get the barrel to the ball, but you know, it's a grind. It's baseball, so I just told myself in that situation that, you know, just put the ball in the barrel, be early, and see what happens, man. And I put good swing on that ball, and man, in this cold weather, it went off.
Jamer, look, we've been talking here about timing, and you just said something in your statement, talking about just being early. Can you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
Man, being early with my movement. You know, I want to be able to be early in a great spot to hit the ball. You know, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm late in my account. I want to be early. You know, stick back in the ball and throw the barrel. So when you're doing a lot of stuff like that, it's gonna happen a lot of things good, man.
I'm guessing also, as it turns into a 2-run homer for you, you're a fan of the extra inning rule with the runner on second, create a little offense. And hey, let's be real, your team has struggled to score a little bit lately, and a nice boost that you guys can carry into your next series.
Man, I kind of forgot that one. The man in second there, when I see his scope over there in second, I told myself my position. I'm gonna have guy in score position, so I better be ready. So, cause I want to win today. I want to have a happy flight, and thanks God that we have that, man.
Yeah, it is going to be a happy flight, and also, there was a lot of chess going on between both managers, and there was a moment actually where the Twins had Trevor Larnach, who had probably the best swings on their side, removed for a pinch hitter in Kyle Garlick. On the Tigers side, very interesting call there with Harold Castro coming off back-to-back plate appearances with home runs. Miggy comes in, tough call for strike 3, but what did you think of, I'm not going to say doubting A.J. Hinch, but just what did you think of that whole sequence going on where Harold had to take a seat for the legend, Miggy?
You know, man, Miggy done it before, man, and you can see if he's hitting like when man in score position, you can see his average. So he's a guy that have the experience. So we go with the man. We go with the man, the big boy. We go with the big boy. You know that.
That's right.
Triple Crown.
He's the big man, Mr. Triple Crown. That's Derek Hill giving you a nice hug. And we'll show you also, it was a really close call for Miggy on that strike 3. And we saw him just about as animated as he's been in the last few years. Did you notice how fired up he was in the dugout? And did that maybe pump up your teammates? How much, you know, Miggy obviously cares about your team going through some struggles and really wanting that at bat to win the battle.
You know, Miggy here in the dugout, he could be screaming and stuff like that, like having fun. But when he knows that he has a man in score position, he's a completely changed guy. He will concentrate to get that RBI for the team and helping the team win. That's all about.
Emmer, can you please explain to the YouTube audience how much of a difference it makes when you win a ball game on getaway day versus when you lose on getaway day? What's the difference in the playing?
Oh my God, it's so different, man. It's never fun losing. You wanna win, and you know, going to the home and see your family and get this W in the plate, you know, it's unbelievable. It's a blessing, man, and we're working really hard to doing this, and I know we're going to be consistent.
Yeah, and you start up a 9-game homestand, 4 against Cleveland, 5 against Minnesota. Let's finish with this, because I'm wondering what your thoughts are. You've been with this team for a few years now. Last year, super slow start for the Tigers, and then from early May, I think it was the May 9th, 68 wins, 61 losses. Do you feel like there could be a similar storyline for this Tiger team, especially with so many of your starters on the IL right now, and even some of your bigger bats like Austin Meadows?
No doubt about, man. We're a team that we're working really hard. We know we got a great team. We just got to put it together, play the ball the right way. You know, score runs, do little things that is going to help us to be consistent as a team. And I know it's going to turn out.
Jamer, thanks so much for joining us. That was a big blast in the 10th to win it for your team. Go check that one out again. That's good dig me video for the next day, right?
Stay early, Jamer. Stay early.
Thank you, the Lord, man. Thank you, the Lord.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Jamer Candelario joining us on the postgame show presented by Jim Beam. Yes, the Twin Cities hosting a good one this afternoon between the Tigers and the Twins. Tigers grab a game to salvage one in the series. Much more coming up on the postgame show, including another interview.
That was a great game, and we're going to take you and take a look at this highlight.
There are veterans in this pitching staff, some of which have missed time, including Dylan Bundy, but his first 3 starts were sparkling. And Baez strikes out. That's what we're talking about. Ronnie Garcia, his first start since 2020. He's made 14 appearances out of the bullpen. He is in business to left. Correa continuing some positive momentum from yesterday, and he will get into second safely with a double.
He was thinking 2 out of the box, and that's how he's able to sneak into second base. That was a close play.
Payoff. Ball. Walked him, and the pitch gets away, so Carlos Correa gets to third. 1-2 with the runners on the corners, and that is pulled to third. Tough play for Candelario, and he makes it easily. Vacuum at the hot corner. Candelario makes 2 nice plays in the first to prevent any damage despite 2 runners reaching. Nice grab by Torkelson at first, and he'll take it himself. Urshela getting one past the infield on the left side. 1 out base hit.
Pretty good hitting right here. Look, this guy is an absolute gamer.
The rookie Celestino gets the call, but then strikes out. And Garcia goes fastball heavy against right-handed hitters. That's his approach, and it's working for him so far through 2 innings. No score at Target Field. Derek Hill to short. Taylor made for Correa. He's fast and he's safe.
Wow. Okay, that was a routine ground ball to Correa. I thought it was a sure out. I mean, in here, there's really no wasted movement from Carlos. Talk about running out of the box the way you're supposed to. Putting pressure on the defense.
He's going. And the throw is past everyone and into center field. With Baez on deck, both really do not do that very often. Pitch goes away, runners booking it home, and Hill is out. He thinks he wasn't touched.
Talk about being aggressive. I think he was safe.
Here we go.
After review, the call stands, the runner's out. He's out. Detroit will lose its challenge.
We're talking to Chris Archer in the dugout right now, so let's bring in some questions from YouTube creators for you, Chris. So
I tried to get a good night's sleep the night before. Uh-oh.
Oh, that is crushed off the bat of Larnack. And Upper Tank City. 2-run shot, Twins lead at 2-0.
That's really nice to see from him. He was on the IL for a 2-week stretch, and that was the best swing that he's taken since he's come off the IL.
Haas strikes out. Good timeout called by the Twins to talk things over on the game plan with Bundy. It's 2 strikeouts in the inning for Bundy. 1 swinging and Derek Hill looking. And he swings through the 1-2, tipped back into Gary Sanchez's glove, and it's 3 strikeouts in the 5th for Dylan Bundy. That is crushed by Harold Castro, heading back to the seats and gone. The Tigers cracked the scoreboard. It's Harold Castro with 2 strikes against him going long.
This pitch, maybe a little bit more too much plate, but still in the inner part of the strike zone, elevated. Castro put a very good swing on that ball. It's not necessarily a bad pitch by Bundy. It's been working all night.
Candelario is tied up. That's the 6th strikeout for Dylan Bundy. That should do it. Dylan Bundy receives a nice ovation from the crowd in Minnesota. Correa gets one pass, and I think he's trying to help sway the boat right now as he picks up his 2nd hit of the day. And it's a double in the 1st, now a single in the 6th. Urshela spins one to right, heading to the wall, and a leaping catch is made by Cameron. Daz Cameron is all over it. And his teammate, Harold Castro, and this is us live now, is all over the baseball today.
Placata!
Upper deck. And I said, thank you very much at the time. Yeah, that's 2. We got you. To the 9th, Derek Hill. Good for a single.
Cute hitting right there, going the other way, taking the curveball.
I thought they were going to break through for a run here, Carlos. That's ball 4 to Daz Cameron. 1 out, tie game. Wait, you're sitting Harold Castro after back-to-back homers? How could you?
I'm still scratching my head over that one.
I know, he's much better against right-handed pitching, and this is a lefty, and it's Miggy. But he goes down on strikes on a full count, tight pitch that might have been a little low, and Miggy was livid to the 9th. Kyle Garlick pinch hitting for Trevor Larnach, who had the homer. He walks. Nick Gordon with a single. Garlick to 3rd. But Celestino grounds out, inning over. Let's go to extras, which means man on 2nd, which means Jamer Candelario forgot about the rule. He just told us.
Placata!
Thank you.
Straight away center field.
Oof. He goes, oh, man on 2nd rule. That's right.
I like this rule.
Scopes in scoring position. Pressure's on. I need to drive him home, and he did. He drove him himself as well. Nice celebration and a 2-run advantage, but the Twins were putting the pressure on. Buxton beats it out. Bad throw by Castro. It's an error. They're on 1st and 2nd. And now Arraez with a single. You can't keep him bottled up for long. Carlos Correa, big at bat here, and he does chase the slider. Pitching change and Andrew Chafin time. All the hair coming at you, and the slide piece. Max Kepler could not really see anything from Chafin in that at bat to line up. That's it. Torkelson in foul ground. Gary Sanchez pops out. And the Tigers win a hard-fought extra inning battle. Your Jim Beam game summary looks like this. Tigers at 15-28, Twins at 27-17. Larnach with his first of the season. And Castro for 2. Statcast, powered by Google Cloud 3D. There's your homers. Pulled them both. One went 423 feet.
That's very far.
Yes, it is. This ballpark playing a little more pitcherish this year. It's kind of varied based on the season. I guess maybe the baseball, the weather, the whole deal. 2 home runs in Minnesota, last 5 occurrences by a Tiger. Harold Castro does it today. Nico Goodrum the last one, and Miggy's done it as well. Well, guess what? Brett Dolan spoke to Harold Castro. Brett, take it away.
Indeed, you also notice I'm holding the prestigious YouTube Player of the Game trophy. The voting precincts were not closed yet when I was in the middle of an interview with Harold Castro, and you guys were visiting with Candelaria, so he didn't get a chance to hold it, so I'm doing the honors for him. But Castro again had the 2 home runs, including 1 in the 6th inning that put the Tigers on the board. This is a team that has struggled to score runs, and I wanted to know from Castro what it was like to give his team a lift with that blast.
Yeah, I was just trying to get on base. I was just trying to do damage and try to get the energy back, because we was down in the game. So we're just trying to get the energy back and get in the game.
Take me through the home run then in the 8th, tied up the game.
Yeah, that feels amazing. That feels amazing because we, like I said, we came back and we're still fighting, and that feels amazing to me to help my team.
Come up in the 9th inning, and Miguel Cabrera pinch hits for you, one of the best of all time. That was a unique situation. You had the 2-homer game, but Miggy had a chance to step in. Take me through that sequence too.
Right. No, just like I said, we just wanna win games. It doesn't matter if I have 2 homers or something like that. We just gonna win games, and I take it that way.
I know wins have been tough to come by. Does it feel like a win like this can help propel you guys forward as you go home?
Right. Yeah, that's completely right. That gives us like energy, like confidence again in our guys, and we just gotta keep fighting.
What's it going to take over the next couple of weeks for this team to go on a run or go on a roll?
No, we're gonna keep it up, and we're gonna keep fighting and keep playing hard.
That's Harold Castro.
Surprise. He's player of the game.
Okay. And you are on YouTube. Yeah, you got to see the big smile for winning the YouTube Player of the Game. I wrestled the trophy back. This thing is heavy, by the way, guys, but it was well-deserved with a couple of home runs, and the Tigers got the hard-fought victory today. So back up to you.
Oh, we were in the weight room early this morning just to make sure, in case we had to hold the YouTube Player of the Game trophy, we could handle it, right?
It could definitely be come in handy, especially when we're traveling. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's a good call, actually. We could use it for a little bicep work. There
I'm putting
it
that
is.
on my shelf, though. That's nice.
And then some conversations with Brett right afterwards. Yep, you get to take that with you. Name and grades coming. Harold Castro with the 2-homer day to play catch-up for the Tigers. And then ultimately it was Candelario who finishes second, technically last, in the poll. With the game-winning homer as Chafin and the Tigers bullpen was able to close the door on the Twins in the bottom of the 10th. Woo! What a day.
That's fun.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap things up on the post-game show. We'll talk about what's coming up next for us on our YouTube series as the campaign continues in the Midwest, but also some curious creator questions are on the way. 4-2, Tigers winning in Minneapolis. Tigers double up the Twins in extras 4-2, but the home team gave us some great mic'd up content today from Gio Urshela.
Let go, let go, let go. What's up, bro? It's cold. Mañana is gonna be. I don't know mañana. The next couple of days is gonna be like 70 something, 80.
Really?
Yeah. It's all right.
Hey,
it's all right.
Spring in the States, like, you know, like New
It's
York,
all right.
it's all over the place.
You gotta expect everything.
Yeah.
One day it's cold, one day it's hot.
Yeah.
So, bro. How you doing? Good? It's okay.
No respect.
Arrow boy! Arrow boy! Oh! Man!
Yes.
All right, good pitch. Hey! Hey!
Batting seven. The third baseman, number 58.
How you doing, brother? Hey, how you doing, bro? You good?
Good, how are you?
Good, bro. Yes, sir. Thank you, Robbie.
Yeah.
You're the man. Connect! Get over! El hijo de Flash.
Ball.
Dale, 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 dale. Oh boy! Let's go back. Ooh. too far. Not that fast. Ah. How about Nicky? I want to stretch the arm.
Yes.
Like one day. The pitch. We got two. We got two. Wow. Nice Vinny! Oh boy! Woo! Wait, Nicky.
I always think about like what stands out. I might start a tradition here on the post-game show, like your favorite soundbite just now from the mic'd up content. Do you have one?
I must say, when he was talking to Hill at third base, he was like, "Are you Flash's son?"
Yeah, well, he said it in Spanish, right?
In Spanish,
what did he
is.
say?
El hijo de Flash.
Exactly. And for me, at one point, he's chasing down a ball, and he's like, too slow. I'm not getting to it. We love the honesty, and we love our creators on YouTube, and our Curious Creators segment starts right now. So here's the first one from Cowboy Jeff. There we go. I'd like to see if I can time it up.
There it is.
What are the woes of the Tigers, and why have they fallen short of expectations thus far into this season? That one's obvious, and it was kind of on display again today until extra innings, wasn't it? It's not enough of this.
They're not hitting. They're not hitting at all. And the collective approach has been very subpar. AJ Hinch is concerned about that. They really need to get it together. Today was a pretty good showing, specifically Candelario and also Castro. These guys flung the bat.
At least some power, right?
Yes.
Some more power, which fits in more with the rest of the league, too, because this is not a very powerful lineup right now, and that's really where they're struggling. Worst offense in baseball in terms of runs per game, like almost historically bad at the moment. So that's an easy answer. Healy 6. With rookies really coming into play in the 2022 season, what do you expect from the young guns like Torkelson or Green as they get more experience from the show? Spencer Torkelson, who we saw today over at first base, former first overall pick in 2020, and then Riley Green, a former 5th overall pick in 2019, is coming soon. He's just hurt right now, coming off a broken foot.
I expect success, no doubt about it. I mean, these guys, when you watch them play, you just see the talent. They don't have to say anything. You see the talent. You see him throw. You see him hit. You see him run. And you're like, okay, these guys are special. Torkelson is one of those guys that can drive the ball from line to line out of the ballpark, but is also a finesse hitter. So I expect him to hit for average and power. And Green, forget it.
Yeah, everything. He can do it all. Okay,
check all the boxes.
Second best prospect in baseball. He hasn't come up yet, but he'll be here once he recovers. And then for Carlos Pena, on a day like this where the weather is just awful, and it was, Light Skin Chris asks, how do you really get yourself motivated into a game like this? Yeah, like what? How did you pump yourself up when you have to wait a little longer? It's a dreary day, but you need to be in your prime, on your best.
You know, we talked a little bit about it earlier today. The gym was huge for me. So I would go into gym. Especially when I knew that there was like, okay, there's a little bit of a delay. So I'm going to have extra time. I would go into gym. I'm not talking about going too heavy, but just get my body ready. And the music, man. You have to have that pump-up music. So usually probably some good reggaeton.
There you go.
Hip-hop. And just get ready for the ballgame.
He pretty much does the same thing now. The music and the pump-up. He's a house, okay? I'm talking like dips with multiple plates on hanging from his
I go pretty heavy.
stomach. Yeah, he doesn't joke around with the dip belt.
Don't let Scotty fool you, though. This guy's an absolute beast.
I'm a mini beast, though, compared to you, seeing him in the gym this morning. We can go on that topic all day. I mean, you might have our own YouTube show on the workout plan. But one more StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Jamer Candelario with the go-ahead shot. This was straight down Broadway. 414 feet.
Almost got robbed.
That's true. Almost got robbed, and you made a great point pretty quickly. What if Byron Buxton was manning center field, who I think is the best center fielder defensively in the game right now? Does he make that catch?
I'm saying he makes that catch. I'm saying...
You say yeah?
I say yes. I mean, what's the harm in saying yes? We'll never know.
Of course. You might as well say yes. That's why our job is so fun. You know, like when it's the off season, you can just go shopping for players because it's not our money. It's great. And next week, we'll do this again. you did a great job filling in. Yonder
So much
Alonso
fun.
back with us. You're welcome anytime to join the party.
Please have me again.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, I say this every week, but I might as well just stay in the Midwest. We have the Royals and the Guardians. We will be in Cleveland next week. KC struggling. There's no doubt about that. Worst record in the American League at the moment. Cleveland's been surprisingly, I would say, competitive right now because the offense was what some thought would be an issue, and it has kind of been streaky, but it was off to a nice start at least, and that team makes contact.
How about Ramirez?
Yeah.
Ramirez almost reaching 50 runs batted in. When I saw that, I was like, wait, is this for real? Go check those
Is he
stats.
almost at 50 now?
I'm telling you,
No.
he's crushing.
Wow.
Ramirez is absolutely crushing. So
Yeah,
check
I
him out.
mean, he is a superstar year after year. Jose Ramirez, can't wait to watch him. Stephen Kwan was off to a great start with Cleveland, and maybe we get a Shane Bieber day. There's plenty of great arms out of the rotation and their bullpen, so we'll see you next week, okay? And that's going to do it from Minneapolis. Yes, Miggy, your team won, whatever that means. Make this a weekly routine. Always free on YouTube, the MLB Game of the Week. A little Midwest heater back on Wednesday, June 1 in Cleveland, Royals Guardians. Same timing as today. Coverage with the pregame show starts at 12:30 Eastern, leading up to a 1 o'clock ball game. For the super strong, super jacked Carlos Pena, the super versatile Brett Dolan, and our Rocks, the superstar crew with us for every game. Scott Braun logging out for now. See you next week on YouTube.